Idiato South Federal Constituency. Meanwhile, Minority Leader of the House and the known political associate of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, Kingsley Chinda, was copiously absent at Monday's briefing. Describing Damagoma as unfit to lead the party to battle, the lawmakers said the Yobe politician was only constitutionally allowed to step in, hold the fort, and midwife the process through which the North Central Zone, where the chairmanship of the party was originally zoned to, present another person who would complete the slot of the North Central. The lawmakers said the Yobe politician was only constitutionally allowed to step in, hold the fort, and midwife the process through which the North Central Zone, where the chairmanship of the party was originally zoned to, present another person who would complete the slot of the North Central. Now, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has ordered the immediate closure of the famous Abuja International Conference Center, ICC, as well as the cancellation of all bookings by clients. The minister, who was visibly angry at the state of disrepair of the facility, gave the order after an extensive tour of the sprawling complex. Wike had earlier revoked the contract of the facility managers, Messrs. Integrated Facility Management Services Limited, and awarded the contracts to Julius Berger Nigeria plc, the original builders, for the immediate and comprehensive renovation of the ICC. Lamenting that for a long time the center had been left to rot, Wike said after renovation by Julius Berger, the complex would then be handed over to the Abuja Investment Company Limited, as opposed to the former method of engaging private facility managers. In another story, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has said 50 bank accounts are under investigation in the ongoing probe of the suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Betta Edu. The probe is also involving the erstwhile Chief Executive Officer of the now suspended National Social Investment Program Authority, Halima Shehu. Tinubu also halted the Social Investment Program and thereafter asked the EFCC to take over the case and probe both embattled officials, including anyone involved. 3 months after, the executive chairman of EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, who made the revelations, said the anti-graft agency was making progress on the investigation, stressing the extent of damage of the case and the need for Nigerians to exercise patience. Olukoyede spoke in the March edition of the Commission's monthly e-magazine, EFCC Alert, made available to newsmen today. Now, Gombe State Chapter of All Progressives Congress has dissolved all political structures and contact committees established by its prospective candidates in the state and disbanded all political campaigns ahead of 2027 governorship election. In a statement by the State Publicity Secretary, Moses Kyari, condemned some of its members who are aspiring to run in the 2027 governorship election and urged them to avoid distracting the government of Governor Muhammadu Yahaya from delivering his campaign promises, and will not hesitate to sanction those engaging in the political campaigns in the state. It also urged members and candidates to remain law-abiding and committed to ensure seamless, peaceful, and rancor-free election in the upcoming local government council elections. You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to business news. The Central Bank of Nigeria has written to all banks in Nigeria to stop the use of foreign currencies as collateral for Naira loans. It disclosed this in a circular titled "The Use of Currency-Denominated Collaterals for Naira Loans." The circular was signed by the Apex Bank's Acting Director, Banking Supervision Department, Adetona Adedeji, and uploaded to its website. The Apex Bank said it had observed the use of foreign currencies by bank customers as collateral for naira loans and therefore prohibits it with immediate effect. It therefore directed banks to trim all existing loans with foreign currency collaterals to 90 days or attract a 150% capital adequacy ratio computation as part of the bank's risk. The CBN maintained that it is on a mission to ensure that there is adequate foreign exchange in the market, even as the naira is being strengthened. We'll take another short break. When we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Join us again. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. Nicaragua has asked the International Court of Justice to order Germany to halt military arms exports to Israel and to resume its funding of UN Palestinian Refugee Agency (UNRWA), saying there is a serious risk of genocide in Gaza. Nicaragua's agent ambassador Carlos José Gómez told the court that Berlin had violated the 1948 Genocide Convention by continuing to supply Israel with arms after ICJ judges ruled it was plausible that Israel violated some rights guaranteed under the Genocide Convention during its assault on Gaza. Israel has, however, denied allegations of genocide and said it has the right to defend itself. A legal advisor for the German Foreign Ministry, Tanja von Ostler-Gleichen, told journalists at the ICJ that Germany does not and never did violate the Genocide Convention for International Humanitarian Law, neither directly nor indirectly. Germany has been one of Israel's staunchest allies since the October 7 attacks by Hamas militants, which killed 1,200 people, according to Israeli Times. It's watching Biscon TV News. Still to come is sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to the weather sports. The Nigeria Premier Football League (NPFL) witnessed a goal fest on match day 29, with 4 home wins and 2 draws, producing a total of 21 goals across various centers in the country. Unlike the last match day, no away teams secured a victory this term. Enugu Rangers' impressive unbeaten run came to a dramatic end in Katsina. The Flying Antelopes fell 4-3 in a 7-goal thriller, the highest scoring match of the weekend. This marked the first time since 2017 that Rangers conceded 4 goals, with Abia Warriors being the last team to achieve this feat. Aziz Faluku puts the host ahead in the 7th minute, but Isaac Xavier equalized just 3 minutes later. Rangers' struggles continued as Michael Ibe shot Katsina United back into the lead with a solo effort in the 16th minute. Gavin Abaje restored parity before halftime, but Ibe struck again before the break to give Katsina a 3-2 advantage. The second half saw Andrew Idoko extend Katsina's lead in the 63rd minute, with Joel Odo grabbing a consolation goal for Rangers in the 81st minute. With 51 points from 29 matches and a healthy goal differential, Rangers remain on top of the NPFL log for the 3rd week running. Coach Fidelis Ilechukwo's men will next trade tackles with Abia Warriors on Sunday 14 April inside the Cathedral, Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu. Other matches, Niger Tornadoes jumped to 9th place with a resounding 5-0 victory over fellow Northern team Gombe United. Clinton Jetta and Ernest Chidebere scored quick-fire goals in the first half, followed by strikes from Mohammed Hussein, Bashiru Osman on penalty, and another from Jetta in the second half. Lobby Stars edged out Aimba by a lone goal, while Heartland continued their resurgence with a 3-1 win over Sporting Lagos. The matches between Kwara United and Vendel Insurance in Ilorin and Sunshine Stars against Bayelsa United ended on disappointing notes for the home teams as they settled for 1-1 draw. Now, Fulham's Alex Iwobi has surpassed John Mikel Obi's record for the most minutes played by a Nigerian in the English Premier League. In Fulham's recent 1-0 home defeat to Newcastle United, Iwobi played the entire 90 minutes, taking his Premier League minutes tally to an impressive 16,289. This remarkable feat eclipses the previous record of 16,218 minutes held by former Chelsea stalwart John Mikel Obi. Iwobi's journey in the Premier League began with Arsenal, where he made his debut on October 31, 2015. After quite a successful stint with the Gunners, the versatile midfielder joined Everton in 2019 before making the move to Fulham last summer. Iwobi has featured regularly for his respective clubs and racked up valuable minutes on the pitch. This season alone, the 27-year-old has made 24 league appearances for Fulham, scoring 5 goals. His all-time appearances in the league stand at 247, with a total of 22 goals. Mikel Obi, the previous record holder, enjoyed a storied career in the Premier League, spending 11 seasons with Chelsea and winning numerous honours, including 2 Premier League titles, 4 FA Cups, and the Champions League crown. Obi had a total of 249 Premier League appearances, scoring 1 goal and making 10 assists. You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to entertainment news. A Federal Capital Territory High Court has ordered Nollywood actress Halima Abubakar to pay 10 million naira as damages to the senior pastor and general overseer of Omega Fire Ministries International, Apostle Johnson Suleiman, for publishing derogatory comments against him. The court also restrained her from further publishing defamatory statements against the cleric. According to the certified true copy of the judgment, the cleric accused Abubakar of publishing libelous statements on her social media page, which was published by several blogs and newspapers. The cleric specifically said Abubakar accused him of being a womanizer and diabolical, among others. The cleric, however, said the statement by Abubakar through her social media page was falsely and maliciously written and published to the general public. In his judgment, Justice Enovia Obano noted that Abubakar was allowed to defend herself in the matter, but failed to do so. You're still watching Biscon TV News. We'll take a short break now to come back with the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. That's the size of our package for today. But before we go, a recap of the major points. On the national scene, 60 PDP reps demand Damagum's resignation as party chairman. 50 bank accounts under investigation in ongoing Beta Edu probe, says the FCC. In business news, CBN stops use of foreign currencies as collateral for Naira loan. On the foreign scene, Germany faces genocide case over Israel weapon sales. And in the weather sports, Katsina United and Rangers unbeaten run in MPFL roundup game. And that's the news, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abalan. We leave you with the last line. Brian Tracy said, "Never say anything about yourself you do not want to come true." I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for staying with us. Cool.
On Friday, April 5th, 2024, a distinguished reception was hosted to celebrate the 65th birthday of Dr. Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, held at a lavishly adorned hall located in Romans Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. Dr. Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, born in Benin City on April 5th, 1959, is the former First Lady of Oyo State and the founder of Access to Basic Medical Care Foundation. The event was graced by esteemed dignitaries from various spheres, including Governor Hope Uzodinma, Executive Governor of Imo State, accompanied by his wife, Barrister Chioma Uzodinma, Governor Dakbo Abiodun, Executive Governor of Ogun State, and wife, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun, His Royal Majesty, Oba Abdulrasheed Adewale Akombi, the Uluwu of Iwo Land, His Royal Highness Oba Gandhi Olaoye, the Shong of Ogbomosho in Oyo State, Oba Francis Olushola Alao, the Olugbon Urilegbon of Oyo State, Senator Olorunimbe Mamora, Mrs. Betsy Obasaki, First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Martha Udom, former First Lady of Akwa Ibom State, Irelu Bisi Fayemi, former First Lady of Ekiti State, Mrs. Omolewa Ahmed, former First Lady of Kwara State, Mrs. Sherifat Aregbeshola, former First Lady of Osun State, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, OON, two-time Minister of Industry, Mrs. Bolanle Ambode, former First Lady of Lagos State, Mrs. Nnelma Ruchas Okorocha, former First Lady of Imo State, Sarah Adebisi Shosan, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Mrs. Ibuko Awushiga, renowned motivational speaker and author, Dame Emanuela Abimbola Fashola, former First Lady of Lagos State, Biodun Shubanjo, foremost advertising guru and chairman of Troika Holdings, Prince Bisi Olatilo, chairman CEO Biscon Communications, among others. The entry of Dr. Mrs. Florence Ajimobi was greeted with a standing ovation, setting the tone for an evening filled with joyous celebrations. The event commenced with an opening prayer by Pastor Agu Iruku, followed by an uplifting praise and worship session led by Prosper Ochimana.
Mercies endure forever. We've come to sing of the goodness of God. Oh Lord, we've come to sing of the goodness of God. You woke me up this morning, God. We've come to sing of the goodness of God. If you know it, can we sing All My Life You Have Been Faithful? Everybody tonight, would you sing? All my life you have been faithful.
The festive mood continued with lively praise and dance sessions featuring popular gospel artist Ayewa international gospel singers who delighted the guests with soul-stirring gospel melodies. A special tribute presentation was made by current and former First Ladies, led by Mrs. Bisi Fayeri, who fondly described the celebrant as a dear friend, sister, mentor, and colleague.
And for those of us who got to know Her Excellency Florence Ajimobi, who we all fondly call Flo Mama or Grandma. For those of us who got to know her beyond being colleagues as First Ladies, we got to know a woman of deep faith, a woman who cares deeply about her community, a woman who has raised an amazing family, and a woman who continues to demonstrate that women can contribute significantly to not only their communities, but to national development as well. And so we regard her not only as a colleague, we regard her as a dear friend, a sister, and a role model. And
Dedication as a wife.
In the period in which she worked with us, honestly, I couldn't think of any female that matched her. I couldn't. There was none. She had no time for office gossips. All she did was just do her job. And she finished, and she packed her bags, and she went home. And then eventually she became the wife. As a wife, she was Biola's soul. There was hardly any success that Biola recorded without the handprints of Florence in it. As an encourager, as a motivator, she was just too much. You couldn't find a better wife. And in all of this was simplicity and humility. She respected elders. She respected colleagues. Of course, her family, her husband's family, they adored her as well. And we keep thanking God for the way God continues to use you. You live long, in good health. You will see your children's children. And in fact, you have started doing that. And your grandchildren will grow old enough, and you'll be there. And they will keep surrounding you, giving you joy, happiness, for you to live a very long, fulfilled life. Congratulations, Florence. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
The evening was further enriched by performances from renowned gospel artist Frank Edward and Minister Adeyinka Alashiori, along with a vibrant trumpet rendition by the Radiant Mailuka Band. The celebration culminated in the cutting of the cake by Governor Hope Uzodinma, followed by a meticulous photo session capturing cherished moments of the event.
So we start, and I would like the audience to repeat after me as I spell J, E, S, U, and finally S.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
You can take pictures.
A heartfelt vote of thanks was delivered by the celebrant's son-in-law, Konakbo Kona Daisi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for honoring our mother today. On behalf of the entire Abiola Ajimobi family and the Koladaisi family, we say thank you very much. And we wish you safe travels back to your homes.
That was safe travel back to your homes. Thank you very much.
Concluding the evening on a high note as the dynamic Faith Band continued to uplift the atmosphere with energetic musical performances until the departure of guests. Biscon Communication Global Media Network wishes the celebrant, Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, a happy birthday and many more years in good health and prosperity. On Thursday, April 4th, 2024, the 85th birthday anniversary celebration of Chief Dr. John Agbola Odeyemi took place, honoring a distinguished individual whose contributions span various sectors. Chief Dr. John Agbola Odeyemi, MFR, born in Ile-Ife on April 4th, 1939, is the esteemed Obashewa of Ife and a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He serves as the chairman of JKN Limited and JAO Investment Company Limited, with significant roles in Kingsley Securities Limited stockbrokers. Additionally, he holds the prestigious title of former president and chairman of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry Board of Trustees. The commemorative day commenced with a solemn yet joyous Thanksgiving service held at the Archbishop Vining Memorial Cathedral in Ikeja, Lagos. The service was officiated by a cadre of clergymen led by the Right Reverend Dr. James Olushola Odediji, Bishop of the Diocese of Lagos West. The presence of Chief Dr. John Agbola Odeyemi alongside his beloved wife, surrounded by immediate family members, friends and well-wishers from diverse locales, added a sense of warmth and significance to the occasion. Notable dignitaries in attendance included His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi, the Ooni of Ife, Chief Oyekunle Alex Duduyemi, Ashiwaju of the Source, Dr. Olorogun Sanikuku, Ogbenioja of Ijebuland, Ashiwaju SK Onofawoko, OON, Chairman and founder of Coleman Cables, among other esteemed personalities. The service unfolded with an opening hymn and proceeded with the reading of scriptures. An epistle from Philippians chapter 4, verse 4 to 9 by the celebrant, Chief Dr. John Agbola Odeyemi, and a gospel reading from Matthew chapter 6, verse 25 by Venerable Soji Okoyemika.
Occasion with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God. And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things.
In a profound sermon themed Grateful Heart, Right Reverend Dr. James Olushola Odedeji emphasized the significance of gratitude and reflection, acknowledging the celebrant's journey and the divine grace that led to this milestone.
Today is not a long speech sermon for 85-year-old man. Not much must be said. In Psalm 103, verse 1 says, "Praise the Lord, O my soul, and all my inmost being, praise his holy name." The second verse says, "Praise the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits." Birthday celebrations is a service of thanksgiving. No more, no less. Yoruba man will say, "Ẹni tó bá mọ núrò, á mọ pẹ́ dá." And in the song we just sang, ó ní fún àánú tó pọ̀ bí yanrìn tí mò ń gbà lójoojúmọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ Jésù Olúwa, ó ní kí ni èmi ó fi fún. Táwọn ẹsẹ̀ kẹta, ó ní èmi ó mú ago ìgbàlà, èmi ó ké pe orúkọ Olúwa. And that is why we are here. We are here for thanksgiving. We are here to appreciate God's reliability, God's dependability. But for God's intervention, Papa will not be here. Papa will be held here. Your health will not fail you. You will not suffer stroke. You will not suffer setback. Àdúrà Yorùbá ni pé iná àwọn ọmọ yín kò ní padà jó yín. Ọjọ́ yín ti dalẹ́ o, ọjọ́ yín á tún dọ̀gànjọ́. And we'll appreciate our mama for all the care. There's this saying that Baba no lo Mama go, Mama na lo Baba go, tutu. And so shall it be to you all in Jesus' name.
The service culminated in a special Thanksgiving ceremony where heartfelt prayers were offered for the celebrant's well-being. This was followed by a meticulous photo session capturing the essence of the day, a benediction and closing hymns, creating an atmosphere of reverence and celebration. Subsequently, a grand reception unfolded at the Sheraton Hotel in Ikeja, where esteemed guests were treated to a delightful experience amid soothing refreshments. The ambience was further elevated by the melodic tunes of Faith Band, resonating with the jubilant spirit of the occasion. Among the distinguished guests present at the reception were Chief Dr. and Mrs. Olusegun Oshunkeye, OFR CON, Babalaje of Egbaland, Chief Michael Adeojo, OON, Nigerian business magnate and founder of Elizade University, Chief Oyekunle Alex Duduyemi, Ashiwaju of the Source, Dr. Ulurugun Sonny Folorunsho Kuku, Ogbenioja of Ijebu Kingdom, Ashiwaju SK Onofowoko, OON, Chairman and founder of Coleman Cables, Prince Bisi Onlatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communications, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, OON CON, two-time Minister of Industry, Honorable Justice George Adishola Oguntade, and many other distinguished personalities. The reception witnessed various presentations and expressions of appreciation from different groups and beneficiaries associated with the celebrant. Ulurugun Dr. Sonny Kuku, the Ogbenioja of Ijebuland, as the chairman of the occasion, lauded the celebrant's resilience and multifaceted achievements, highlighting his triumph over health challenges and mastery in various endeavors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we today are celebrating the life of a remarkable man. You could see him dancing on the stage. You would think this man is just a dancer. This is one of the most serious persons I've ever known. He is somebody you can call jack of all trades and master of all. He has risen to the top of everything he has done. And take accountancy, the Nigerian Accountancy Reporting Board, which is the highest level. Take accountancy, is a fellow of the college, of the institute. Take industry. He is built some of the best infrastructures in Nigeria. Take banking and finance. He's risen to the position of chairman of EcoBank. EcoBank is in 36 countries, and he was heading the Nigerian bank, which was 50% of all the equity of EcoBank. I can go on. The only thing he hasn't conquered is not a master of his medicine. That one I will always be his boss. But in banking and finance, he taught me all the banking and finance that I had. And after passing the test, he then said, look, you are going to be the next chairman of EcoBank. And he handed it over to me. Please give him a round of applause.
The celebratory moment reached its pinnacle with the cutting of the birthday cake, directed by Chief Dr. Olusegun Oshunkeye.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Let it sound better than that. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. God bless you.
Followed by heartfelt expressions from Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde and many others.
My dear brother has touched many lives in many positive ways. He's a great philanthropist. He's the chairman of of Lagos Chamber Past Presidents Association. Thank you, my brother, for the good leadership that you are giving us at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Prince, Chief John Odeyemi, congratulations. Many happy returns of today, longer life, coupled with good health and more prosperity. Amen.
A toast to Chief Dr. John Agbola Odeyemi's legacy and continued success was proposed by Dr. F.A. Lawal.
And toast to the good health of Chief John Agbola Odeyemi, wishing him many more glorious years on earth in good health, happiness, and prosperity. I know because he's an accountant, he certainly will want to beat the record of his doing. Mr. Akintola Williams, who passed away at age 104 last year. So we look forward to Chief Odeyemi making it beyond 104. Chief Sonikuku, do you agree with that? Yeah, thank you very much. So we look forward to seeing him at 100 and at 105. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations.
Eliciting heartfelt responses from the celebrant, who expressed profound gratitude and shared insights from his personal journey, including overcoming cancer with a grateful heart.
We used to say health is wealth, but COVID has taught the world that health is everything. COVID has taught the world that health is everything. You got good health, you got everything. You get good health, and you got God, and you get diligent working, you got everything. All it remains is for me to thank all of you now. For on a Thursday, for all of you to be here on a Thursday in numbers, from 11 o'clock to this time, it shows love. And love is the strongest emotion of man. May the God of love be with you. Love, love, and love. Thank you very much.
The event concluded with the rhythmic melodies of Faith Band, ensuring a memorable and uplifting experience for all attendees until the joyful departure. The 82nd birthday Thanksgiving service of Evangelist Professor Ebenezer Obe Fabiyi, held at the Cross Gospel Mission, Headquarters of Praise, on Wednesday, 3rd April 2024. Evangelist Professor Ebenezer Obe Fabiyi was born on 3rd April 1942 to an Egba Yoruba ethnic background family. Obe, whose real names are Ebenezer Remilekun Aremu Olashupo Fabiyi, was born in Idogo, Ogun State, Nigeria, of Egba Yoruba ethnic background. He is of the Owu subgroup of the Egba. Ebenezer Obe began his professional career in the mid-1950s after moving to Lagos. After tutelage under Fatai Rolling Dollars Band, he formed a band called the International Brothers in 1964, playing high-life juju fusion. The band later metamorphosed into Inter-Reformers in the early 1970s, with a long list of juju album hits on the West African Decca musical label. Obe began experimenting with Yoruba percussion style and expanding on the band by adding more drum kits, guitars, and talking drums. Obe's musical strengths lie in weaving intricate Yoruba axioms into dance floor compositions, as is characteristic of Nigerian Yoruba social circle music. The Inter-Reformers Band excel in praise singing for rich Nigerian socialites and business tycoons. Obe, however, is also renowned for Christian spiritual themes in his music and has since the early 1990s retired into Nigerian gospel music ministry. Be of note to also say that Chief Commander, just as he is fondly called by his fans, has played alongside popular gospel music veteran, passed during his 30 years on stage concert in Lagos. Obe, who got married to Juliana Olaide Olufade, known as Lady Evangelist Juliana Obe Fabiyi, in 1963, who died in August 2011 at the age of 67. They have several children and grandchildren. The Thanksgiving service started with an opening prayer. The Bible reading was taken by daughter of the celebrant, Pastor Mrs. Bukola Obi Olaya. Testimonies by Reverend Dr. J.B. Odofin on behalf of the De Cross family. Honorable Yinka Ogundimu, Oba Adedapo Adewale Tejoshu, Bishop Folarin Obi for the family, Reverend Mother Abimbola Ajayi, Pastor J.A. Adelako.
Baba Obi, the only general overseer that I have. And I'm glad to be alive, and I'm glad that he is alive also to celebrate this day. And for all our friends and our fathers who have been partners and friends with him, I can see the crew of friends here. The Cross Gospel Mission. The cross alone is all that we know. Congratulations, Baba Obi. Congratulations, my GO. I pray that the Lord Most High, that good thing that will bring joy to your heart, the Lord will spare your life and make it happen in your days. Thank you and God bless.
Today, I can tell you that if there is a person that you can use his life to really mirror your life, that is the man we are talking about today. He has become a mirror of acceptable usage. All of us, we have come together in the Cross Gospel Mission. Daddy, we have come to say happy birthday to you. You will continue to strive and become relevant, continue to be relevant to the end of the day. Thank you and God bless you, sir.
Daddy, for all that you represent, we want to thank you for showing us the way of Christ. He led a life of example and taught us the way of the Lord. And we can say that he had done very well in that regard. He's a man that we are all grateful to the Lord for. We are not just fond of him, we do not take him for granted. Daddy is a rock of encouragement.
The Lord will never forsake you. The Bible speaks in the book of Genesis, that Genesis chapter number 6, that verse number 3, that the year of my people shall be 120 years. And on that alone we believe. It's only the report of the Lord that we are going to believe. All the days of your life, you will not know sorrow. The Lord will continually uphold you. And for those that love you, God will love them. For those that are thinking otherwise, we are praying for them as we have said. Àdúrà fáwọn tó sọ̀rọ̀ wa lẹ́yìn, Ọlọ́run á dáríjì wọn. Happy birthday to you, sir. Many happy return.
Obe, Commander, Prophet, lọ́lọ́run dá láti ọ̀run wá. Kí ni ìdí tí mo yẹ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀? Orin tí ó kọ́kọ́ kọ tó fi mí kọ, òun náà ni MC ló gbé sẹ́nu ló ń kọ. Ó ní àbá ńlá ní kọ́ńdá, ikọ̀ ó lè mókúta, tẹ́jú oṣù ọmọ lọ́la. Ṣé bí ẹ mọ ìtàn ayé ni? Gbogbo mímọ̀ pé ńgbà tán ní kí n wá jọba, wọ́n ní mi ò nílò ju ọdún méjì lọ. Èmi náà dẹ̀ rèé, tó bá di May máa ṣe 35 years. Ṣé ìyẹn tọ́pẹ́ àbí kò tọ́pẹ́? Ṣé ìyẹn sọ commander the prophet àbí kò sọ the prophet ibi tọ́rọ̀ mi parí sí nìyẹn. Ẹ ṣé, God bless you.
There was a musical display from Mega 99 Band. Words by Reverend Isaac Omolain from Kwara, Ilorin.
It takes only the grace of God to go through all that Baba Ebenezer Obey went through in life to reach 82. Each time you hit a hurdle and you are wondering, will I be able to cross or not? You cross. Each time we face a situation, are we ending it here? God say no, you move on. Baba Abayi o akurire ọjọ́ òní o èmi aṣọpọ̀ rẹ̀ láyé. I have this to say, the longest person living is God. Because before we came, He's been. After we are gone, He will be there. So we look at the attributes that make God an eternal God.
Concluded by intercessory prayers by Reverend Omolain, Pastor G.B. Kumoli, and Bishop Oshaoni in turns. The Thanksgiving session was led by Ima OMG Music Band, while the offering was collected. The cutting of the cake was led by Her Excellency Mama Obasanjo.
Babawa Ebenezer Obey. Now I will count 10, 20. Congratulations, sir. Happy birthday, sir.
And there was an appreciation speech from His Excellency Senator Nuruddin Jackson Ademola Adeleke with his special Thanksgiving song.
There is not too much talk. It's just to thank God for our Baba, that it's not easy for all these years to turn to 82. That's a big one. Open our mouth, open on along every time. So kò sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká máa jó, ká máa yọ̀, ká máa bá bàbá wa tó ti múnú wá dùn. Gbogbo orin tó ti kọ láti enjoy. Baba is a philosophical musician. Tó bá ti kọ báyìí, kò sórí tó kọ tí ò ní túmọ̀. So tó yẹ ní gbogbo ẹsẹ̀ wálé ní káwá bá wọn ṣàjọyọ̀. Bàbá kò sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀, ẹ pè fún wa sí, ẹ pè 90, ẹ pè 100. A lè máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa tún máa enjoy yìí. Mo dúpẹ́ fún opportunity fún ẹ fún mi. Bàbá, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí o. Mo sọ fún ẹ o, ọ̀tá mi dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. Mo sọ fún ẹ o, ọ̀tá mi dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. Ó ṣe ilé o. Dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi o, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. Ọba tẹnijẹ, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi o, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. Ìbára búburú o, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi o, dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn mi. Ẹ̀rọ bá bọ́jú wẹ̀yìn, ọjọ́ gbèrè ló gbé.
Responses were being heard from the celebrant, Evangelist Professor Ebenezer Obey Fabiyi, MFR, giving a word of recognition and appreciation to everyone who have come to celebrate with him.
So, Lord, I just thank everybody here, and I appreciate all of you. As you go back home, God will be with you, see you through. I will continue to uphold you and keep you. I want us to continue to remember our government. It's not easy, but let's pray for them for the present government, the challenges that they are having, that God will give them the power to overcome the challenges of insecurity and all that is happening. It is not easy, but God will help them to overcome in the mighty name of Jesus.
A brief remark was given by a friend of the celebrant, Reverend Idowu Animashaun, who testified of their friendship of 49 years. The vote of thanks was done by the celebrant's son, an assistant GO of the Cross Gospel Mission, His Lordship, Bishop Afolari Obe Fabiyi. The closing prayer was taken by Prophet Julius Kumoli. And lastly, there were words of remarks from Prince Bisi Olatilo.
This is a man who surprises all of us. The prayer God to learn for Nigeria, you took Nigeria to the globe many years ago. We'll be here next year. Can you say amen? We'll be here next year. Can you say amen? Thank you very much.
Music from the celebrant himself, reminiscing and entertaining guests with some of his songs. A special eulogy in Yoruba dialect was rendered to the celebrant. There were also songs from Sir Shina Peters, Mega 99, and Queen Ayo Balogun, Queen of Juju music, His Excellency Senator Ademola Adeleke collectively. Present at the event was His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adedakpo Adewale Tejoshu CON, Karunwi III, Oshile Okeonoegba, with his queens Omolara, Yetunde, and Olabisi. Pastor J.A. Adelakun, former member of Lagos House of Representatives, Honorable Samuel Adejare, former representative of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Yinka Ogundimu, Bashorun Doja Adewolu, MFR, and Honorable Justice Yetunde Adewolu, Are Kola Oyefeso. Chairman CEO, Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo. Governor of Osun State, His Excellency Senator Nuruddin Jackson Ademola Adeleke, Her Excellency Mama Obasanjo, representing former President of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, Basharun Dili Momodu, Sir Shina Peters, Queen Ayo Balogun, Queen of Juju music. Her Royal Highness Irelu Abiola Dosunmu treats Lagosians to an Easter Monday get-together. The event was held on Monday 1st April 2024 at her residence in Coins Drive, Onyinko Abayomi Street, Ikoyi, Lagos. The theme of the event was Let's Rejoice, Christ has risen. Hosanna in the highest, it's Easter. The convener of the yearly celebration is Her Royal Highness Irelu Abiola Dosunmu, and the special guest of honor this year was His Lordship, the Most Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Adetoyeshe Badejo, the Catholic Bishop of Oyo Diocese. The event was moderated by Dr. Mrs. Omotayo Omotosho, MFR, broadcaster par excellence, and former DG of NTDC. In her welcome remarks, Irelu Abiola Dosunmu thanked God on behalf of all for another Easter celebration, but advised that the message of the season of love for all must not be lost on all.
Yes. but you know why he's just coming. And I think he just came by the grace of God. It's been ordained that we will have him in our midst today. Usually with such an occurrence, you probably just call and say, look, I'm sorry, and I would have understood. But it's meant to be here, and we thank God for it. Welcome. Welcome home. Welcome to your home. What else can I say other than to say welcome home to all of you, and I hope you have a lovely time, and we will continue to celebrate the risen Lord and continue to be blessed richly with abundance of grace and all that is beneficial to us, and that will strengthen our faith in the powers of the Almighty. Have a good afternoon and have fun.
There was music to celebrate the season of Easter. The special guest of honor, His Lordship, Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Adetoyeshe Badijo, the Catholic Bishop of Oyo Diocese, delivered the special Easter message of love and good tidings amongst all.
Out beyond our own little world out there, and make others come to share the joy of Easter and share it with others. Let me say, only a short while ago, I heard the President of the United States make a very sensible statement. I don't know how much he follows it himself. Joe Biden said his father always told him, Joe, remember to always keep the faith. But his grandmother will always retort, no, Joe, don't keep the faith, spread the faith. Don't keep the faith, spread the faith. Part of the problem of our world today is that there are too many Christians who only keep the faith. They don't share it. They don't spread the faith. The more people we have spread the faith, the more we undermine the work of the devil. That is the truth. The church is not interested in secret service Christians. Some people are secret service Christians. They are Christians, but nobody really knows. Their neighbors really don't know that they are Christians. And the only way that people will know you are a Christian is by what you do, your gestures, your outreaches. What Biden said makes a lot of sense. How much he follows it, don't ask me. So, that is exactly what is happening here today. The faith is not just being kept, it is being shared. It is being spread around.
The art exhibition of the Yeye Irelu Oodua Cultural Renaissance Center, showcasing very beautiful artworks, was another exciting session at the special Easter treat by Her Royal Highness Irelu Abiola Dusunmu. After the exhibition and presentation of special artworks to the special guest of honor, the Most Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Adetoyeshe Badijo, who ended up with an episcopal farewell blessing. Present at the event was Chief Mike Inegbese and wife, Chief Mrs. Mary Azomta Inegbese, Chief Binga Obasa, His Royal Majesty Oba Olufolarin Ogoshawo Alara of Ilara Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Ambassador Olusegun Adiremi Atayeru of Aramoko Kingdom, Ekiti. Others are Barrister Abimbola Salu Hundeyin, SSG of Lagos State, Ulurugun Dr. Sonny Kuku, OFR, Ogbenioja of Ijebuland, Princess Tenny Aofoyebi, broadcaster and actress. Biscon Communication Global Media Network congratulates Nigerians on the successful celebration of another Easter season. On Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024, the illustrious Wole Soyinka Theatre, nestled within the esteemed University of Ibadan in Oyo State, played host to a poignant tribute dedicated to the late-stage luminary, Jimmy Solanke. A diverse array of attendees spanning generations, comprising friends, associates, and devoted fans of the departed luminary, gathered from various locales to honor his enduring legacy. Leading his immediate family were Taiwo and Kehinde Solanke, esteemed children of the late icon. Among the distinguished guests were Otumba Deji Oshibogun, chairman and CEO of Space FM Ibadan, Elder Kunle Famario, a cherished friend of the deceased, Segun Akinlolu, renowned songwriter, music composer, and band leader, among other notable personalities. The event unfolded with the mesmerizing performances of the Afro-Links Band, serenading the audience with renditions of the late icon's timeless compositions, and a soul-stirring performance with Pa Anjola Abodering, skillfully navigating the keyboard in homage to his departed comrade. The gathering was further enriched by the eloquent recitations of esteemed poets and the captivating musical interludes by guest artists. Students from the esteemed University of Ibadan's music department also graced the stage, showcasing their talent and melodious renditions.
I see friends shaking
The culminating moments of the tribute were marked by a harmonious jam session where the audience, in a chorus of unity, bid a poignant farewell to the revered stage icon, Jimmy Sholanke. Conceptualized by the ace multilingual broadcaster of immense talent and creative genius, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communication Global Media Network 25 years ago, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the strongest, most admired and preferred global brand in the art of high society celebrity entertainment broadcasting. For the past quarter of a century, the ubiquitous The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the face of Nigeria on global television, projecting the image of the country with our peculiar lifestyles, fashionable dress sense, and the different ways Nigerians celebrate from the north, east, west, and south, showcasing proudly Nigerian inimitable styles of celebration. From very humble beginnings to global recognition, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, marks 25 years of captivating, non-stop entertainment. BOS celebrates remarkable entertaining brilliance, unforgettable moments, and lifelong memories. For 25 years, the ubiquitous Bisi Olatilo Show has charmed and captivated hearts of our global audiences beyond borders with enchanting and unmatched entertainment. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates 25 years of incredible creative power as the most admired brand in the art of high society entertainment broadcasting. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, is usually the first program to break the news about any big-ticket event across and beyond the shores of Nigeria. As the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates its 25th anniversary of setting the pace and pioneering a very compelling and engaging style of celebrity entertainment broadcasting, 25 years on and still counting, BOS has embarked on a new era of 24-hour TV broadcasting with Biscon Television. Biscon TV, which is on terrestrial and satellite broadcast platforms, churns out news, sports, politics, business, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs 24 hours daily. Biscon TV, which has a very strong presence on YouTube, is the fastest growing platform on YouTube and other social media platforms. It's a magnificent transformation from BOS, a weekly program, to Biscon TV, a 24-hour TV station which churns out general interest news, sports, and lifestyle and entertainment programs. More years of brilliant broadcasting from the stable of Biscon Communication Global Media Network beckons.
God of our heroes.
that you grant us the grace of your Holy Spirit. Guide our speakers and help us to be open to what they are saying. May we not just be hearers of the good points they be raising, but may we also be doers of what we are expected to do. As we discuss Nigeria, we pray in a special way for our rulers, and we ask you to transform them into leaders. We pray, O Lord, that you free them from self, free them from greed, free them for narrow-mindedness. May they think about the good of their people. May they think about the future generation of children and youths in this country. And may we all be willing to make all the sacrifices we need to make this country great. Bless all that we shall do here today and make it impactful through Christ our Lord, Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Years since the founder, Professor Pat Utomi, started activities to protect and support oppressed poor widows, and 25 years since he started the TV program, Patito's Gang. It takes grace to come as far down the road as we have come at CVL. But we traveled on the wings of many, so many, that a fair extension of gratitude, one by one, is not practical. But let me select a few of our annual lecture speakers, chairmen, and facilitators of some of our cherished programs as point of contact to those we owe so much. The CVL Kickoff Program was a role model forum, and it is noteworthy that the first speaker was the then Deputy Managing Director of Guinness Nigeria PLC, Ekunife Okoli. The Role Model Forum was designed to get upwardly mobile young executives to share with young people the values that got them to the top. Mr. Okoli told the amazing story of him as a young person in Guinness at a time of scarcity, when to post a man out to the east was to spoil him with offers of inducements from distributors and retailers. While his colleagues lobbied for such positions, he turned it down for a good place in branding so that he could better learn the business. That choice will catapult his career when the season of product scarcity ended. Through the years, speakers at the RMF included Harish Aswani of the Toleram Group, Kevin Balogun of Coca-Cola, Chinenye Mbauzoku, Hamid Joda of Taj Bank, and so many others. The other program designed to both celebrate honorees and learn from them and learn about the sector they were active in is the Leader Without Title, LWT Tribute Colloquium Series. And it was inspired by the Canadian Robin Sharma's famous book, The Leader Who Had No Title. Many are the people whose lives have been impacted in 15 years of LWT at CVL, as we honored more than 100 leaders, from Mr. Akintola Williams, Deacon Gamaliel Onosode, Izoma Philip Asiodu, who is here with us today, Alhaji Ahmed Jordan, Dr. Michael Omolayole, Chief Ato Mbanefu, Mrs. Toyin Olakunrin, Professor Mrs. Elebute, Dr. Christopher Kolade, Engineer Mrs. Maduka, and Chief Emeka Anyoku, who is also here present, amongst others. I'm personally even more proud of the LWT subset on women who broke the glass ceiling. And this included and honored women like Dr. Mrs. Tokumbo Awolowo Dosumu, Ambassador Hadiza Mustafa, and Ambassador Adenike Ukonga. Just as worthy of our gratitude are those who have made the talk fest we are having today top of the public lecture calendar offering in the country. Our past chairmen include heads of state, General Yakubu Gowon, President Olusegun Obasanjo, Chief Joseph Sanusi, former governor of Central Bank, former Governor Babatunde Fashola, and speakers including President Kagame of Rwanda and George Okonwe of Liberia, U.S. Congressman Jerry Weller, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, Vice President Yemi Oshibajo, Professor Ibrahim Gambari. Such other programs, such as the Young Entrepreneurs Training Program, YETP, the Nigerian History Series, and the Youth Boot Camp, are ample selections from what underlies the impact God enabled us to have. We're indeed truly grateful to all these people. In my time of full work as a professor at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, my goal is to enhance smiles. And I find that the many CVL programs do put smiles on many faces. I feel that as a double-barrel achievement. And so on that note, I once again warmly welcome you all and wish us all a very enlightening and fulfilling day. Thank you very much.
Special sense of appropriateness of this moment. Today is a time of Thanksgiving, it's a time for stock taking. But in taking stock, it is important to recognize that there is good and there is bad in this world. But our purpose is what really matters. Our purpose is to be co-creators with God, moving creation towards its perfection. And all the effort that has come through in trying to run all the programs that CVL has run, it's about how to make for a better world so that those who come after us will have a more noble humanity. This morning, I want to say that my remarks are written down in this little magazine brochure that is with you, and you can read it at your leisure. There's plenty to read in it. Actually, this is a collector's item. Please keep it and read every word that is printed there. But really, truly, what I wanted to focus on is that in spite of all that seems bad, there's so much good that has been done in this country. And some of those who have done that good are in this room. And we want to salute them. I take an example, a very simple example. There's a book that I have just written. It took me 45 years to write that book, believe it or not. Yes, I've written many books. This one started getting written when I was a young graduate student. It was completed only a few weeks ago and will be upgraded in less than 4 weeks from now because it's all happening so quickly. Our country, and Professor Ubu will speak to that book in a few minutes, but our country has been challenged not because people are wicked. It's challenged mainly because people are ignorant and that they don't make the effort to learn enough to do what's good for even themselves. The many people we think are horrible people who will find out that what they thought they were doing in self-interest or for selfish reasons actually is loading a gun and shooting themselves in the foot. But they are not knowledgeable enough to realize that's what they are doing. And that's what the big tragedy of the Nigerian condition is. a very simple opportunity, but let me just take an opportunity to say thank you to many who have done their work well. Tribute to men who have been shining light, like Chibemeka Anyoku, for example. This country has depended on oil and gas, for example, for a long time. Biggest success as enterprise goes in this country, perhaps our continent, it's a company called Nigeria LNG. That company may not have happened if someone like Izoma Philip Asiodu, who is sitting here, did not start a setting process. But even more so, it would not have happened if somebody like Don Etchebet had not done some remarkable things. And there's a case study I've written on that is in the book that we're going to present today. This is the most successful company. Anybody who disputes it can challenge me in our country. And it's a government partnership with private sector. The possibilities of Nigeria are infinite if we could just think a little bit. Put on the patriot's garb. Put on the garment of love. Because leadership is all about love. If you can't love, you can't lead. To love is to lead. Our goal really is to build a civilization of love. If we can build it, we will have a great country. We will be a successful people and we'll have peace. Thank you. Welcome.
Humility, gentility, and action. I used to visit him when he was the governor in a cottage house, he with his beautiful wife. And it was there that he developed and built the new Akwa Ibom that you all see. Architect Obom Victor Attar is the architect of the new Akwa Ibom. And then he did so well that today you saw the other governors who consolidated and replicate what he has done. Sir, you are welcome and thank you very much for what you have done to the people of Akwa Ibom. And we are so proud of you, sir. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for him, guys.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you. Today we have come to launch a book that I believe will provide solutions for some of the problems that we have always had opportunity to analyze. But before we do that, we are going to have a lecture. And the topic of the lecture is democracy, governance, and national performance, the mutual relationship. Within the lecture, we are expected to discuss power, politics, public process, and performance. And I would like to add people, because all of these are aimed at getting us a better country, a better people in the world, particularly in our country. We have always had analysis of our problems, but sometimes we shy away from preferring solutions. And when those solutions have been brought forward, we are not able to implement them. Maybe the time has come for us to realize that unless we take some positive action, nothing will happen. We'll continue to grumble and the situation will only get worse. It is not my place to provide the lecture today, but I know that in politics, perhaps it is in politics that the saying that power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely is very true. It is in politics that absolute power will corrupt to the point that, in fact, the person exercising the power does not know his excesses anymore. He takes it as the norm. And that sort of absolutism has no place in democracy. So today, we must concentrate on democratic principles and insist that our country follows them. And of course, the primary basis of democracy is elections. We have to find a way of getting our elections right. Unless and until we are able to put the people we want in office and able to remove them when we are dissatisfied with their performance, we will remain where we are. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope and my expectation that both the book and the lecture will give us the solution to some of the problems we want to solve in this country. Thank you very much for coming.
So welcome, and I'm very pleased to be here. In fact, this is a homecoming for me. It's been a few years because of COVID and other interruptions since I've been in Nigeria, and it's wonderful to be back. And I'm deeply grateful to Professor Pat Utomi for inviting me to deliver this keynote lecture. And I'm really pleased for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's a very distinguished and thoughtful group, reflecting on crucial issues at an urgent time. And I'm really pleased and honored to be included. I'm also especially grateful and appreciative that Professor Utomi began with an appreciation for so many people in the room who represent a better direction for the country and who have given so much to the political and economic advancement of Nigeria, because some of what I'm going to say is quite critical of developments in the country, and we need to appreciate that there are ways forward and people who can bring it forward. So let me begin by making a few remarks. Let's see if we can do this. Does that work? This is not working. Okay, there we go. Let me see if we can begin with a few remarks on questions of democracy, development, and I'm going to raise the issue of violence in Nigeria. These thoughts are prompted by a central puzzle that's increasingly been apparent in recent years. There we go. A central puzzle that has been increasingly apparent in recent years. Nigeria has achieved a political milestone. The Fourth Republic has endured as a civilian electoral regime, and indeed the longest regime of any type in the nation's post-independence history. We have just gone through a 7th election cycle since 1999 with a constitutional transition of government, and in the history of the Fourth Republic, a peaceful turnover from one presidential incumbent to another and from one ruling party to another. Democracy has been more resilient in Nigeria than many of us would have expected if we think back 25 years. And yet, Nigeria has also become increasingly violent in the past 2 decades, with multiple insurgencies, communal conflicts, land disputes, and widespread criminal activity. It is fair to say that the country now faces a general crisis of security, as government cannot provide basic protection for much of the population or territory. Why is this so? The current dilemma was not inevitable. During the democratic transition, for which I was privileged to be here during those very hopeful founding elections in 1999, Nigerians looked forward to political freedoms, democratic representation, and a greater possibility for shared prosperity. Conflict seemed to be a symptom of the corruption and unaccountability of military rule, with democracy as an attractive possibility for greater peace. And there were many reasons to share this optimism at that time. Comparative experience around the world tells us that democracies can be more successful in meeting popular demands, in allowing for political choice, and in providing options for negotiations and compromise. The world's strongest democracies are also among the world's most stable countries. Other large federal democracies have seen episodes of conflict resolution and greater stability after grappling with their own periods of intense unrest. India had a great deal of turbulence in the 1980s and 90s from insurgencies, political violence, and regional clashes, religious clashes, yet violence has been trending downward in India steadily for 25 years. Indonesia had a huge upsurge in conflict, a secessionist movement, and terrorist challenges at the time of their 1999 transition, the same year as Nigeria. Yet within a few years, they had achieved much greater stability. South Africa experienced intense political violence during the time of the 1994 transition, yet conflict subsided rapidly after the founding elections that brought Nelson Mandela to office. In Nigeria, we have seen instead an escalation and widening of violence across the country. And I'm just going to review what is probably very clear in most people's minds, but we should recall how these things have unfolded. Consider the key episodes of insecurity over the past decades. At the time of the political transition, we had a flurry of local conflicts in Lagos and Kano, Kaduna, Shagamu, Ile-Ife, Modakeke, Kafanchan, and other spots. When governors in the northern states expanded Sharia codes in many of the 12 of the northern states, we saw religious tensions escalate. Then beginning around 2004, we began to see an insurgency in the Niger Delta with the Niger Delta People's Volunteer Force and then the movement for the emancipation of the Niger Delta. This was contained through an offensive and through an amnesty in 2009, but at exactly the same moment, unfortunately, we began to see an upsurge in violence in the north with Boko Haram. And that has been complicated by the emergence of the Islamic State West African province. Then, after 2016, we see an escalation of the herder-farmer conflicts. At about the same time, there is a revival of the new Biafra movement, and there is violence in the eastern states. And now, certainly since 2016, 2017, we see growing criminality and banditry across the country. So it's useful to think again, just remind ourselves how these things have unfolded in different phases and different places. So the question then becomes for us, how do we account for this history? Violence and conflict in Nigeria are not driven by a single group. They're not driven by a single grievance, a core division, or a simple underlying problem such as poverty and resources. There are many different types of instability unfolding around the country. So we need to think that perhaps there is a more general problem of political inclusion, government legitimacy, and economic attainment for large parts of the population. The problem of security in the Fourth Republic is a problem of democratic incorporation and state performance. Oops. There we go. So I want to make 3 quick points and then conclude, because when the speaker says to conclude, this is everybody's favorite part of the speech. But I do want to make these 3 points quickly. First, the nature of the elite democratic bargain in the Fourth Republic has worked against broader representation across the Federation. Secondly, this same bargain has not fostered adequate economic development and broad-based economic growth, what we generally call shared prosperity. There is a severe democratic deficit in economic development in the Fourth Republic. And third, a divided elite and a marginalized population have turned too often to violent tactics in the struggle for resources and for identity. So let me quickly review each of these points. The Fourth Republic represents an historic bargain. Recall the 3 grand bargains in Nigerian history. The first was the Independence Bargain of 1959. It led to the First Republic, which unfortunately and tragically ended in military intervention and civil war. The second grand bargain at the conclusion of the Civil War was a focus by military and civilian elites to maintain national unity. That led to federalism, and it was facilitated by oil revenues in the first oil boom. We are now in the third grand bargain in Nigerian history, the Fourth Republic. After 40 years of failed democracy and military interventions and predatory military rule, elites agreed in 1999 to try to implant a durable democracy. This democracy has been resilient. And this is what is critical about the current moment. But the third bargain has lasted for 25 years, but still it has contained important flaws. Much of the bargain for the Fourth Republic has been negotiated by the three central minority groups from the north, from the southeast, from the southwest, who have dominated politics since 1959. The idea of the power shift, the idea of zoning, these were essentially bargains between the three big groups. Federal character adds some token inclusion, but many minorities are not in the tent. What are the central problems arising from this narrow coalition? First, we see, as the governor has reflected, the lack of institutionalized parties that could have national reach. The party system in Nigeria has shifted between dominant parties with a limited base, but with few durable links to voters or communities. Think about the political parties in Nigeria, including the dominant and the ruling parties who have governed. They have changed their name, they have reorganized, they have shifted their affiliations with, again, as Governor Atta has cited, elections that are often not free and fair, and party affairs that are often not democratic. The point is that citizens and voters in many parts of the country lack a strong stake in the current system. And indeed, the parties are often transactional, as politicians compete over the distribution of rents and spoils. Political parties do not project clear ideologies or party programs. As a result, the parties do not have strong voter coalitions beyond their regional support. This gives rise to a crucial problem of exclusion. For many groups at the political margins in Nigeria, they don't have a voice through the party system or through elections to the political establishment. They don't have access to power or policy. Without fair elections, accountable legislators, or responsive party organizations, substantial groups of citizens experience political disaffection. Electoral violence and low turnout are just two symptoms of this syndrome. This leads to a second problem. The first is some of the political problems that arise from the compact of the Fourth Republic, but also the failure of development, or the shortcomings of development should be noted. There is in the current political dispensation a type of what I will call an elite cartel that shares government resources and rents, but it works at cross purposes with economic development. And here I want to acknowledge a long lineage of scholars and analysts who have pointed to the problem of political capture, the problem of political logic working at cross purposes with development. There's Richard Joseph and the emphasis on pre-Bendel politics, the late Professor Claude Ake, who has argued that there is a political logic that diverges from development. My own work on the comparison between some Southeast Asian countries and Nigeria that looks at the possibility of a developmental ethos in countries that are diverse, some countries that have a Muslim majority, some countries that have problems with corruption, but the possibility of development in difficult territory and difficult circumstances. Professor Utomi's many writings, but particularly his book, his recent memoir, Why Not, which really reflects about political capture and elite politics in Nigeria. Zainab Usman's observations about political settlements and the nature of the political settlement working at cross purposes with development. And the Professor Omano Edigeji's important book, Democracy Without Development in Nigeria. Each of these authors has raised a central dilemma, the lack of a core bargain around development and broad-based prosperity, broad-based prosperity, I can't pronounce that, which, as Stefan Durkin reminds us, is a crucial foundation for political change. So the simple takeaway point here is that Nigeria's shortcomings in economic development represent a core political problem, a core problem of the political class, that as the way it functions as a whole. Even with the many good people in this room who have made impressive efforts to advance Nigeria, we know that as a class and as a grouping, the political elite has not delivered. Let's recall that the Fourth Republic followed an extremely pernicious era of military rule that led to economic stagnation, global isolation, and yes, that's what I want, and a sharp rise in poverty. Some of those issues improved quickly under civilian rule. There was definitely an inflection point and a significant improvement after the dark years of the Abacha dictatorship and the arrival of a democratic dispensation. And it improved even more with the arrival of a new petroleum windfall in 2002, which opened dramatic possibilities for growth and diversification. And indeed, for a time, the country did see a reduction in external debt. It did see rapid economic growth, diminishing rates of poverty, expansion of non-oil activities in finance, in telecommunications, information technologies, media, entertainment, and we know that today Nigeria structurally, on paper, is no longer an oil economy in terms of relative output. We know that finance and ICT produce more in Nigeria in terms of national output than oil and gas. But the country still operates, obviously, in a political economy of oil and gas, which is very central to the operations of the state. And indeed, let's look to the larger truths. Because of population growth, there are more poor people in Nigeria today than there were in 2000, despite lower poverty rates. So you see the poverty rate goes from about 43% in 2000 to about 30% today, which looks very hopeful, but Nigeria is a rapidly growing country. So the population estimates are, in terms of poverty, that there were 70 million people in poverty in 2016, 88 million Nigerians in extreme poverty in 2022, and over 100 million people today. This has to be a central fact that is acknowledged and is at the core of what we are all grappling with. Because of the youth bulge, unemployment remains stubbornly high, with many estimates well over 30%. Because many of the new and promising and diversifying economic activities in Nigeria are non-tradable and they have limited employment effects, they do not contribute to wider prosperity across the country. And economic transition to manufacturing and greater rural productivity still eludes Nigeria. And of course, we've seen that after the upsurge of economic growth with the last oil windfall, we see a rapid increase in GDP per capita in the early 2000s, but then that has come down and it turned negative during the post-2015 era because of lower oil prices and weaker oil markets. Coming back just a little bit now, but still not where it was earlier in the decade. Finally, we come to the problem of stability. Let me just make one more point about the economy, that the economic downturn of the last decade has not only reduced incomes, but that government has been unable to make critical investment in infrastructure. And we know that one of the elements, without going through the full menu of problems that are familiar to many people, one of the elements is the crucial bottleneck, the binding constraint of energy, of electricity. This is the hindrance to Nigeria's forward advancement. And when other countries have unlocked this problem, the economy moves. It is the binding constraint on the Nigerian economy, and all we have seen in the last 25 years is plans, misallocated funds, and low delivery. So this is a crucial problem. So economic marginality, the low gains of economic growth has overlapped with this problem of political exclusion to fuel the sources of violence. And here we see from some World Bank figures an indicator that they use for political stability and absence of violence or terrorism. And all that this should show us is that during the Second Republic, Nigeria has remained in very low percentiles. Now, everybody here has taken a standardized exam to gain entry to school. So we know that a low percentile is not good. You want to be in the upper percentile in any relative scale. And here Nigeria has gone between 9, 7, 2, consistently low, and at the very last section, I just want to give you the contrast with where a couple...
My very good friend, I want to thank you for so many years of friendship. But I also want to congratulate you on this wonderful day because 28 years ago, when you turned 40, you gave me an opportunity to receive the baptism as a public intellectual, because we used your 40th birthday to test the waters of public debate, and we've come a long way. But of course, you have been the senior prefect in all of this, and I want to congratulate you. 68 years, not too bad, nice try, but we elders have to do what elders must do, namely to encourage their young ones. I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you physically, but as you know, emotionally I'm with you. But even more importantly, we have prayed and will pray for you for this wonderful day. But we would like to thank God for what you have accomplished and what you've meant and what you still mean to us in our country and Africa at large. We celebrate your wonderful gifts, but also most importantly that you have placed these gifts before Nigerians. And I want to assure you that your contributions have helped to shape this country in more ways than you can understand. Of course, naturally, we remain totally dissatisfied with the quality of progress that we have made, but I want to tell you that for many of us, your writings, your speeches, your energy and your strength have been a source of inspiration, both for those of us who are your seniors and those who are coming behind you. You have assembled a team of a wonderful team that will be having a conversation today. Of course, nobody would have expected anything different because naturally we know that these are the kind of things you would do. rather than drinking champagne in some ballroom in a 5-star hotel somewhere in Lagos or Abuja. But this is you at your best. Well, I know that if we understand our country, the room will be full of people lamenting about how woefully we have performed. But I like to look ahead, one as a man of faith, but also, quite frankly, to say that in very many ways, our situation may not be as horrible as we wanted to make it look, because there are in many dimensions we have. We're not where we're supposed to be, but we've not done too badly in many respects. And I think what we should be focusing on now are the great things that lie ahead and the possibilities of achieving those things. We have a much more robust environment for politics and debate and conversation. We may be failing in the areas of physical infrastructure and other indices of progress, such as insecurity. But as we can see, and I'm sure that as the speakers, one speaker after the other will testify, there will be those who are men and women of theory, and then of course, happily you brought in 3 illustrious governors who are doing their best, and I believe that their stories will also be pointers to where the country should be going. To them, a lot has been given, and to them we expect that this country will benefit. So I think that looking ahead, the indicators, don't give us a wonderful picture. But like I said, it is possible for this country to turn the corner. We need to renew our energy. We need to renew our greater commitment. And we hope that those who are in the business of governance can also appreciate the fact that without a much more refined set of navigational tools based on serious analysis of the defects of the structure that we call Nigeria, it will be difficult for us to continue to govern by happenstance. So I want to congratulate you and thank you in anticipation for this conversation, and we hope that we'll be able to see the fruits of this conversation. And what can I say? I wish you all the best, many more years. In 2 years' time, you will be 70. But remember, I will not be standing in one spot. I will still be ahead of you because I'm heading towards my own retirement. So once again, my dear friend, Pat, father, husband, friend, teacher, counselor, a very happy birthday. God bless you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Bye-bye.
Okay, mine is to simply say thank you very much, and thanks immensely to my elder, senior brother, mentor, Professor Pato Tommy, for the invitation. Unfortunately, I had confirmed some engagements outside of the country before now, so unfortunately I'm not able to join. I regret that. And mine is to simply, just 2-3 quick points. The first is to say a very happy birthday to you, elder brother, senior mentor, for this, happy 68th birthday. Yours has been 68 years of, how else to describe it, impactful life. Impactful life that has crisscrossed like a colossus around the country, and one that you have been involved. And I'm very excited because of this, the way you've chosen also to celebrate this 68th birthday presentation of this book. Because you've not just spoken, gone around the country speaking about the issues and the problems and the way to go, offering solutions, but very importantly, and I think you've led very great examples, articulating these thoughts and proposals and ideas in book form, and keep getting involved. Participation is the key. Participation. And I do urge everyone who has something to offer, intellectually, by way of activism, by way of, in whatever form, just to get involved, or you stop complaining. Because no nation, every country is a work in progress. Every society, development is a process. You never get to the end of it. But there must be constant contestations by the citizens, by various interest groups, and so on and so forth, towards a better society. And the life that you have lived, Professor Tommy, is an exemplary one. and which I recommend to all those of us who have been in public service. I mean, I have about 11 titles I've been battling with to complete writing, but someday maybe we'll get this done. And for this, the book, unfortunately, I'm not able to participate in the panel, but I look forward to being able to pick at least 200, 250 copies of this. That will be my Easter gifts this period. This one, together with the one by our friend Osito Obu, maybe we'll put them in parts and circulate rather than hampers. We circulate these books. That is, if people still read. Because unfortunately, we're getting a new culture where people don't even open books to read. But I want to believe that it will be quite very thoughtful. I haven't had a chance to peruse through that, but I look forward to reading a copy myself. But just listening, just a quick footnote, listening to Professor Lewis and then, of course, the central cerebral Bishop Cooker, you know, the nuggets that I could pick from those. I think the point made by Bishop Cooker is very apt. Enough of the book of Lamentations. Maybe it's now time to look at the glass half full, because all the time we're talking about what is wrong and the catalog of it. If you're a decision maker, after all the evils and so on, gloom and doom, where do we go from here? That's what a policymaker is asking for. In specific terms, what should I do? If you've got 2 minutes in front of a policymaker, he wants to know, in specific terms, what do I do to remedy this? And I think it's a big topic, very huge one, the title of the book that you have written. I remember the one when I saw the title of this, I just came up with the one that I co-edited with Paul Collier, Robert Bates, and so on, The Political Economy of Growth in Africa, for many decades, published in 2008. And I could see several of the themes coming up. But our fundamental challenge is really how we leapfrog, listening to Professor Lewis, how do we leapfrog from this predominantly transactional politics and governance into one that is transformational? And I think every society is in that spectrum at some point or the other, where they are, and the foundations that you need to have in place for this to happen. And for me, quite frankly, 2 key words that will help to connect the dots. Well, leadership is the obvious one. Everybody talks about leadership, whatever anyone means by that. But a key one that is missing, often not paid enough attention to, is institutions. Institutions. In Nigeria, more so often we refer to structure, as it were. Because no matter how skilled a Lionel Messi is as a footballer, if you take him and put him not in a regular, normal football field, but you put him in a cassava farm as a field, his skills may completely disappear. And so, we need to pay a lot of attention to the institutions. I applied for this job because I believe, having served at the federal level, various institutions, the federal level, Chief Economic Advisor, Head of National Planning, Governor of Central Bank, and, you know, crisscrossing Abuja, I've come to a conclusion, very important one, that yes, we need an effective central government, but perhaps we need to get back again from below, bottom up. We need to fix the subnationals, as it were. But then the overarching institutional framework, which is the Constitution of Nigeria, requires a fundamental review. Unitary federalism that we are running, where we think we can run Nigeria, everything Nigeria from Abuja, it's simply not going to work, no matter how we try. Tech security, which Professor Lewis did at Dumbread. To think that the 371 or so thousand policemen control from Abuja will police the 225 million Nigerians out there, and the federal government is not even in a position to fund that, as it were, and we're still debating whether to have state police or that, and so on and so forth. It's not going to work. Take the rule of law. Security, if you don't have security, law and order, and you think is a judiciary that is so centralized that everything ends up in the Supreme Court, that if somebody steals a goat in one village, they can litigate that matter and it will end at the Supreme Court and take 20 years or 35 years to settle. Somebody comes to buy land in Nigeria and a foreign investor and is encumbered, they go to court. It must end at the Supreme Court. And so you have 20-something, 30-something thousand cases there at the Supreme Court with how many justices to deal with? There are fundamental issues about, and you want speedy dispensation of justice, rule of law, and so on and so forth. So we have quite a huge work to do about the super actual institution. Of course, leadership is key, ultimately. We've seen that with America, that no matter the strength of the interaction between leadership and the institutions, when Trump tried to overturn the election, he would have succeeded if they didn't have strong institutions to resist him. And then the leadership by Mike Pence, for example, who refused to do his bidding. Otherwise, he would have succeeded. So, institutions are foundational to the progress of any society. And Semogolo and all the folks that will have institution. But we also need good leaders who will even enforce them. As we've seen in the case of the Central Bank of Nigeria, we had excellent laws. We needed, the Supreme Court had to rise up, to stop the currency confiscation agenda, which was illegal. I superintended the 2007 Central Bank Act. I knew that was illegal. The currency confiscation that was ongoing under the name of currency exchange. The Supreme Court had to, and with debilitating disastrous consequences for the macroeconomy, or the central bank going on beyond its legal remit in continuously printing money, 20-something trillion, backed by nothing. And today we are faced with all the massive inflation, depreciation of the exchange rate, and so on and so forth. The law said they couldn't do that. The law forbade that. But they did that. But there was no restraining institution. So you have this interaction between leadership and institutions. But I think we need to pay attention to both. Leadership matters, but also institutions, and noble leaders to ensure the enforcement of the legal and institutional framework in terms of execution. I can go on. I feel very passionate about this subject, but I know we haven't got all the time. But I wish you the very best of luck, my dear brother and mentor. I keep following every right and every pronouncement that you make. And my prayer on this your birthday is that God will continue to give you health and long life. And pray God Almighty to give us more millions more of autotomies in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
This is Your Royal Highness, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. When Pat Utomi asked me to be the book reviewer, he and I had a debate. One, he wasn't sure that I should do it. For some reason, he said that I am too implicated in the book. He had opened a chapter in the book with me and the stories I shared with him. And I had also written with Charles Soludo and Hajun Chang a book on the politics of policy making in Africa, which he quoted extensively. So he thought that there might be an issue. I had my own reasons for why I didn't think I should be the reviewer. I thought that to present part to the public might be an onerous task, and I may not have the energy and time. But at the end of the day, we agreed that there was no issue and that I was going to make this disclaimer up front. So, a couple of years ago, as a young senior program specialist in the Canadian International Development Research Center based in Nairobi, I was troubled that we were spending millions of dollars supporting research which claimed as the ultimate output influence on public policy. And then it dawned on me that we did not understand how policies were made. So if you were going to influence policy, what's your entry point? Where do you start? It led to me assembling African economists from several African countries, and we made a grant from the International Development Research Center. Professor Ludo was one of them, and a book came out on the politics of trade making. We learned a lot in the process, but we barely scratched the surface. We understand that even research has no linear relationship with policy making. There is what we call serendipity. You generate knowledge, you write a book, you may not know how they are going to be used. And in fact, there is a quick story that comes to mind. When I was still in that Nairobi, I had distributed another important book, Our Continent, Our Future, to almost all the ministers across the continent. And one day, one minister in Kenya called me up and said, Osita, can you send me additional copies of that book? I said, why? He said, I'll be using the arguments in the cabinet and my colleagues are not understanding. I need to share this knowledge with them. I was thrilled because as those who were funding research that should influence policy, here was one case that was happening and we didn't even know. So let me say that first thing you do when you're reviewing a book is also to establish the, if you may like, authenticity of the author. Is he qualified to write what he's writing? Is he knowledgeable enough? Patutomi is an open book. He's a distinguished global intellectual grounded in theory and practice with academia, industry, public service, and NGO valid experiences. He's a public intellectual completely immersed in the nuances of Nigeria and indeed Africa development challenges, and this is very important, the emphasis on nuances. No one has spoken, written, and organized both the young and the old to champion value-laden leadership for Nigeria more than Patutomi. And he's still organizing. I think he's cooking up something, cooking up something. The beauty of his knowledge is that he's courageous enough to differ from mainstream orthodox views in the mold of a few Africans that I have categorized as African intellectual freedom fighters, those who are confident, knowledgeable, self-belief, willing to use that knowledge to liberate the continent. In addition to his knowledge, he has great understanding. It is in understanding that gives purpose and contextual relevance to knowledge. There is this story about a young, very bright economist who flew in from Washington to a very rural area in Africa. And he had this sophisticated model about how to improve farming. So he went to this old man and he was saying, you know this goat you have, if you import these feeds, do this, here is my model, you will multiply by 10, 30 times. And the old man listened as he was demonstrating in his fancy laptop. When he finished, the man pulled him aside and said, but what I have are not goats, they are sheep. So the man had knowledge, he had no understanding. His knowledge did not have context. He couldn't make a distinction between goat and sheep. And so that model, of course, collapsed. The question, therefore, when Pat Utomi writes, as in this book, you will get unadulterated intellectual work infused with the right ideology in the mode of late Professor Claude Ake, who was insisting that Africa's development must be on our own robust, intelligent terms, and not on those borrowed from elsewhere. You can only question existing facts when you have read widely and can construct an alternative view. Prophet Tommy has, in his book, demonstrated his command of literature, both in depth and breadth. The starting point of this book is a construction of the framework, applied theoretical framework, if you like, to anchor the subsequent analysis that follow. I was giving a lecture one day and somebody said, Prof, ununa theory, you and your theory. I said, listen, theory is the foundation of practice, without which even the practice becomes a bit wobbly. So people must understand that these frameworks are essential in providing the boundary of analysis and for establishing the parameters that give meaning to the empiricism, case studies, and anecdotes that lead us to answer to the questions he has raised in the book. Every good book uses this chapter to achieve this, but Professor Tommy drove this further than most. Reading this chapter, I felt like a graduate student once again. Now I understand, because he said the book took 45 years. So it was actually a product of experience can be broken into different distinct epochs with distinct character, values, political and bureaucratic culture. And some of the players in this book are seated in this room, and they were quoted extensively. This is the strategic entry of this book. Engage the world, but engage the world with our own story, informed by our own experiences and complexities. The story, as told by Pat Utomi, is a collection of stories of key players as top political authorities and significant bureaucrats at various times in Nigerian political history. No one that I know has more access to heads of states, former heads of states, permanent secretaries, bureaucrats, more than Pat Utomi. So you can understand why this is an important book. And he spoke to quite a lot of them in trying to distill what the problems were and how policy making happened. The interviews, these stories took readers right into the cabinet room, outside the cabinet room to listening posts as key players reveal motivations and incentives for action taken or not taken. The interviews and case studies, robustly analyzed, provide a rich menu of lessons. Surudo was talking about answers to the questions. You will find answers in the book. It's a journey that is not only revealing, but painfully sad, as we as a nation seem to have had several missed opportunities and have not learned from history. This book is therefore a history text, a text on the politics of policy making, and a book on the character of micro nuances that affect state performance. As I was reading the book, I was also reading a new book on China, the China Playbook, Beyond Socialism and Capitalism by K. Eugene, London School of Economics, Professor of Economics. I introduce it here because this important book on China helped to illustrate the point I was making about Pat Utomi's book. But more importantly, the importance of telling our own story with all the nuances. In unraveling the China puzzle, Professor Jin challenges the perspectives held about China that explains his success and predicts his downfall on narrow, uninformed views. She said, this book proposes an alternative view, more nuanced, more complex, hopefully more helpful, and explain the political and cultural superstructure on which they depend, and take us away from decisions that are motivated by emotion, ideology, or politics. So you can understand why Pat Utomi's book is very important. If you listen to what this lady was saying, you will, in Pat Utomi's book, you will confront our reality, appreciate the different and more informed perspectives, and perhaps have a better understanding of state policy making and state performance under different regimes. It's worth repeating that the book is both historical, contemporary, and futuristic. As my late distinguished teacher, Professor S. Kotoya, would say, any analysis not grounded in history is ahistorical and has tainted value at best. I wondered why our nation stopped teaching history to our students. I hear some state governors have also picked that up now. They are teaching history. History is the superstructure of any society. So what did Pat do with these various epochs? There are different institutional and elite culture in each of these: military, colonial, post-military. And the contestation between the elites was very obvious in those. And the outcome of this contestation depends on the political elite legitimacy. He emphasized this point: knowledge and ideology of the bureaucratic elite expertise. I have 20 minutes in the program, so this your 5 minutes is not going to work. It's 20 minutes in the program. It's a lot of effort. It would therefore it would be worse if those political elites do not know, or their values do not align with theirs. As Pat puts it, public policy is conceived as mainly the product of competing values within the policy formulating elite in determining a particular course of action. In this contestation of power, he dwelt on the issue of legitimacy of the political elite. In his view, legitimacy is critical for power relations, for shaping policy process and policy outcomes, that even if you don't have it ab initio, you must strive to earn it. Those who are governed must believe that the ruler has what he calls a clean title to the authority. Clean title to the authority. He therefore says that legitimacy is therefore different from legality. I think given the context in which we find ourselves, where courts are beginning to make pronouncements of who governs, this very important point needs to be made, and Pat made it very eloquently. It then goes on to discuss the importance of state capacity and bureaucracy, and how even the political elite must nurture, must train, reorient the bureaucracy with certain values for performance and outcome, and to understand that the bureaucrats are not their enemies. In the colonial era, one thing was very clear: the colonialists did not come to uplift society. They came with a purpose. They had limited goals: extract, exploit, appropriate local wealth in a manner of war booty. You may not like this, but they set up institutions to achieve this goal. So it's not a question of whether it was good for us, but the lessons that are embedded in this is that when goals are set, appropriate institutions must be set accordingly. Appropriate personnel must be deployed. If Nigeria says we are eager, hungry for industrialization, how come Minister of Science and Technology, Minister of Trade and Industry are third-rate ministries in this country? How come? The budgets do not reflect it. The appointment of ministers do not reflect that we are paying serious attention to this institution. Here was a colonial government who knew what they wanted, set a limited goals, but created institutions to attain those goals. So those are the lessons. So when institutions, when political authority creates goals, limited goals, we must begin to see them in the institutions that are being funded and in the budget appropriately. It reminds me of a couple of years ago, in the last dispensation, I was part of a retreat with a state governor after he had done 2 years. He was in his third year. And while we were at that retreat, the governor started reeling out what he wanted each sector to do. His commissioners were there, all the aides were there. After a while, I had to interrupt the governor, and I said, these commissioners and aides, you need to pull out your papers and write, because I think for the first time, they were hearing the governor espouse his programs after 2.5 years. So the goals were not set, the institutions were not appropriately put in place, and the personnel were not appropriately deployed. So these things, the absence of clear goals and direction from political authority becomes an incidental power resource for bureaucratic state. So when bureaucrats even seize control, it's also because there is no direct goals set by the political authority. And that is why it's important, as the book tries to explain, what is in a manifesto is what transforms into goals and programs that the bureaucrats are supposed to implement. When we say one thing and do another, it becomes problematic. I refer you to James Madison in 1778. He said, a good government implies two things. First, fidelity to the object of governance, which is the happiness of the people. Secondly, a knowledge of the means by which that object can be best obtained. This second part is very important. Even if you know that it is to generate happiness for all the people, do you know how to do it? Have you assembled the appropriate people and created the right institution? If insecurity is ravaging this country, how come we are still pouring money on the same structures that seem ineffective to deal with this? So when you read Pat Utomi's book, you begin to understand this. In the constitutional epoch, you know, the political elite, and Professor Lewis and others touched on this. This elite discord, you can see them clearly in the way they played out in Pat Utomi's book. Even in the First Republic, there was this disdain for the uneducated electorate. And yet, because constitutionally you need them, you have to curry them by any means possible. But then what people did was they resorted to extra legal means to even win an election, and they began to organize people in solidarity groups, in tribal groups. And so even from the First Republic, we have already started creating this problem, and that problem has persisted till now. The last one was on the military. And it's very interesting that Chief Philip Ashodu is here, very much implicated in the book as well, and a key player in the military. The planning, first National Development Plan, second National Development Plan, the core bureaucrats, as Pat illustrates in the book, were instrumental. They had knowledge, they had expertise. Gowon gave them room too. Gowon gave them room to exercise this authority. And they were able to come up with policies. The indigenization decree came out, the first plan came out, and there was a convergence of knowledge and ideology, even with intelligentsia. So the book illustrates how an intelligent bureaucrat can drive and make policies. When the second regime came after Gowon, there was a certain level of disdain for this bureaucratic oligarch, as they were beginning to be called. And so things were no longer at ease. And so even a program as well thought out as Operation Feed the Nation did not succeed because he had good goals, but they didn't seek advice from these knowledgeable bureaucrats who could have guided it a little better, and so it did not achieve the goals because authority and even the implementing authority. So this part of the book is very rich, very important, and I think we need to do that. I'll end by saying that when we talk about statecraft and state capacity, you know, if you take something as simple as industrial policy that I think we need in this country, there's no way you can drive an important industrial policy without the bureaucrats, without a statecraft. And so, Obama, in 2012, I was a visiting scholar at the Brookings Institution, and Obama gave a State of the Union address. In that State of the Union address, I began to realize that America may not have an open industrial policy, but they have industrial policy by other means. And this industrial policy is driven by statecraft capacity. Look at what Obama said. He said, I will go anywhere in the world to open new markets for American products. And by the way, this is Obama, it was public research dollars over the course of 30 years that helped develop the technologies to extract all the natural gas of shale rock, reminding us that government support is critical in helping business get new energy off the ground. This idea that government has no business in business is nonsensical. Let's be very clear. If they didn't have strong state, strong bureaucrats, this program for 30 years that produced this significant technology would not have happened. And he went on to say, in 3 years, our partnership with the private sector has already positioned America to be the world's leading manufacturer of high-tech batteries. Because of federal investments, renewable energy has nearly doubled, and thousands of Americans have jobs because of it. So, interestingly, when somebody comes here and tells you don't need industrial policy, please remind them of Obama's State of the Union address. Need I say more? I'm concluding part. If we want to develop, we know what to do. Improve state capacity to formulate and implement policies. You have to plan. Bureaucrats matter. Have leaders with values, ambition and goals, willing to enlarge the tribe and build a nation. Correct our politics, construct a elite consensus. Professor Tommy has done his bit. Let those who have ears hear. This is the end of the story. Please buy the book and read. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Your Excellency Victor Atta, the members of the National Assembly, former governors, Your Excellencies, the birthday boy, Professor Tommy, our royal fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry that the program has changed a little bit where I have to speak. I have to rush back to the airport and catch 2 o'clock flight because I'm not as lucky as His Excellency Peter Obi to have a private aircraft that will take me back to. So I want to wish you first a happy birthday and want to thank you sincerely for inviting me to this event. I want to remind you, Professor Tommy, that roughly 20 years ago, I was the managing director of African Petroleum, and you came into an event and you spoke at the International Institute here in Lagos on Kofa Biomi on what is wrong with Nigeria, issue of leadership, and what we have been going through. I'm sorry to say 20 years later, we are still talking about the same thing and we are still going about the same direction. So we need to sit down and understand what is really wrong with us. So we can pick it from there. Instead of sitting down here, I see all the big men here, all the big heads, our royal father from Onisha also here and the rest, and students now that we are bringing them to learn. I hope we are not bringing these students at that time as lecturers, another 20 years from now, to also go through the same thing. So we have to really look at what is wrong with us and how do we go there. But one thing, I don't want you to be tired, Professor Fatumi, because one thing somebody has said, which stands for you, that you have already mastered. I went to Terre Haute, Indiana. I went next to you. So I've been following you since those years. I'm not 68 years old yet, but I'm following it on you. And is this democracy the kind of democracy we really will practice? Is it the kind of democracy we really want? I know you will be surprised that a governor will be speaking this way. I went to school in America. After that, I lived and worked in America. And I know we are practicing the American system. But America is not Nigeria. The people are different. The environment is different. Our attitude is different. The culture is different. So why must we think that we can import something from America and it will work perfectly for us as it is working for Americans? So, and I think this is one of the things we have to look at. I love the comment made by the book reviewer when he said we have to engage the world, but engage the world with our own story. And when I say our own story, not a borrowed story. Recently, I was actually in Rwanda. And a lot of us are now commending Rwanda, commending the president, the good things that he is doing in Rwanda. Is it very popular with the West? Today it's not. But is it popular for him in his country? Is it working for his people? Yes, it is. So are we waiting for somebody to allow us to develop a democracy that is good for us? We should not. I always feel sad when I hear people that, will they allow us to do it? Nobody will allow you. We have to pick it up on our own and do it the way we want it for the good of our people and move on. I think these are the issues that we have to do. Nigeria is so blessed. In the past, we talk about agriculture and mining that made Nigeria who it was. Later on, we now discovered oil. And most of this oil was onshore. And Nigeria was okay with the onshore. We did so much. Eventually, the onshore became a difficulty in Nigeria. God gave us oil now offshore. We started discovering big oil fields, over 1 billion barrels reserve. The Bonga, the Agbani, the Erha. All these big fields, we started discovering them that we never discovered onshore and shallow waters before. Now we are having those kind of problems. Today, God has again blessed Nigeria. He's now given us in the deep onshore, because we have several beds. You know, the former minister is here, petroleum. We have the Lake Chad Basin, the Benin Basin, the Anambra Basin, and of course, the popular Benue Trough that starts from Calabar and ends all the way in Gombe. And today, in that Anambra Basin alone, we have 2 discoveries, each one of them over 1 billion barrels. Something that Nigeria never thought about. As if that is not enough, we are now beginning to discover more and more areas in mining. As people are saying we are no longer interested in fossil oil, God now gave us some of the clean energy. The biggest of that area when it comes to batteries is lithium. Nigeria now is discovering huge lithium potentials that are there. So every time we fumble here, God opens another door. We humble here, God opens another door. So what is wrong? What is wrong is leadership. We need a president, for instance, that will come in and say, just like my brother has said, I am not going to steal. I will not allow anyone around me to steal. And if anyone around me steal, I will punish them. And it will be seen that I'm punishing them. Believe me, all the governors will stand up because Nigerian president is the most powerful president. I'm sorry I'm rushing to the airport. I thank you very much and God bless you. I don't know why you are asking me to launch a book when Peter Obi is here. So with that, there is no place that we need these books more than a state like Nasarawa that is having the great potentials for future leadership. Therefore, the National State will launch this book with 10 million naira so we can go to
MC and welcome very eminent panel members. I'm sure we all agree with me that we have the political elites here. So if they agree to what the keynote speaker said or the book reviewer said, it means that Nigeria will be a better place. And if you look at the topic that we have today, we are looking at democracy, governance, and national performance, which is a very interesting topic and which will interest anybody that is interested in Nigeria. And the keynote speaker, Professor Lewis, mentioned that we are supposed to celebrate that we've had about 25 years of democratic governance, which is very good. However, when you now move to the governance indicators like rule of law, regulatory quality, government effectiveness, accountability, control of corruption, in all these governance indicators, Nigeria has not done well and continued to decline its governance indicators. When we now look at other areas or statistics or indicators of socioeconomic development, when you look at HDI, when you look at poverty level, when you look at unemployment, when you look at insecurity, when you look at inflation, the litany goes on. Nigeria is not doing well at all. So my first question, which goes to His Excellency, the former governor of Sokoto State and current distinguished senator of Nigeria, also former speaker. I'm not sure there's any other better person to answer this question than you, given that you've traversed almost the 3 key areas in Nigeria: House of Reps, governorship, and now in Senate. So my question to you, which we actually alluded to, do you think that this Western-oriented democracy that we have in Nigeria is suitable for Nigeria? Or do we think that we need a Nigerian-oriented democracy? And what should it be? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Expedient for me to start by congratulating our Professor Emeritus on this very auspicious event of his 68th birthday and the leadership and membership of CVL on this 21st anniversary lecture. Prof, you have done well for this country. Our prayer is that God Almighty shall continue to give you more of His grace and many more years in good health. And all of that blessings shall be extended, of course, to your wife and members of your family. This is indeed a very important question. I recall that a few months ago, we were invited by President Olusegun Obasanjo. I thought he was going to be here, on the same topic, talking about whether the Western democracy, in this case, the presidential system of government, is working here in Nigeria. And the consensus, the common ground at that discussion was that we need to retweak and rework the system and bring it closer home. Yes, Nigeria has some similarities in terms of its diversities with America as a continent, as a country, but not everything about America is similar about Nigeria. So the presidential system of government that we've been practicing since 1979, when you compare it with the particularly parliamentary system that we have practiced from 50s up to 66, is completely different. And I believe that those who experienced the parliamentary system are saying that Nigeria was better off with the parliamentary system of government than what we have now. I believe that as someone who has been in the House of Representatives from 2003 to to 2015 and who has been Speaker of that House, we have a lot of work to do to bring the realities of our situation to bear in conformity, with the presidential system of government. Of course, yes, it's not completely holistically as it is in the United States, because in the US, you don't have a Senate president. In Nigeria, you have a Senate president. So it's not completely that system that has been or is being practiced here in Nigeria. But I believe that there is a lot more to be done in terms of working the system to conform with our own realities. But even beyond that, it is also about the practitioners. We have had some gains in our electoral system in 2015. Everybody appreciated that the 2015 elections were judged to be fairly okay. What happened thereafter? 2019, we witnessed a reversal. 2023, even worse. So it is not completely about just the system. It has to do also with the people and the operators and the practitioners of the system. So we need to change our ways. We as a people who are practicing this democracy need to imbibe the virtues of those practicing democracy in the United States. The governor of Nasarawa just said it. If the president comes out to say this and that are do's and don'ts, and he lived by example, and he truly, in good conscience, lived by example, the tendency is that most people will live by that example. In 2015, the expectation was that President Muhammadu Buhari was going to fight corruption. The expectation was that Muhammadu Buhari, being a retired military general and a former head of state, was going to fight insecurity and insurgency. But what do we notice? What was the end? What was the end game? Now the expectation is that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to engender very sound economic policies. What are we witnessing today? So it is not about the laws, it is not about the system, it is about practitioners. And we need to really do more in that regard.
I've also been told that, when professors listen to certain things, they want to react immediately. So Professor Chidi Onya, who is presenting the governor of Enugu State, but okay, Senator Baribe, they are all reacting to what you are saying. So I don't know. Okay, let me ask Senator Baribe. Senator Baribe, you can be described as a veteran of National Assembly. Some people are asking, are you back to National Assembly again? And I said yes. So
you can call me an indigene of the National Assembly. I've been there for a very long time. And I respectfully disagree with my friend. I have a very good friend who always says that there are no two ways of piloting a 747. There's no Nigerian way. There's a way you're trained to fly that plane. And democracy has certain simple principles, which is the person who votes, his vote must count. And that is simplicity. Once we go beyond that, then what we're doing is that we just complicate issues for ourselves. And as I'm sitting here, I can tell you, in the last election, I defeated a sitting governor because people voted for me and nobody manipulated the result. Simple. If people manipulate results and another person emerges, that person does not have what we will call legitimacy. And it is a fact of life that when you are not legitimate, it is impossible for you to engender the support of the populace. And what is going on today, whether it is in the state, whether it is in the National Assembly, whether it's in the presidency, is that people are adjudged not to have legitimacy. And they're finding it difficult to take that decision that Governor Sule just said, which is,
agree to take that difficult decision and the populace will follow you. But when the populace looks at you and knows that you're illegitimate, why would they want to sacrifice for you? And that is the bane of our system today. So I do not agree that we have to have a Nigerian system. What is a Nigerian system? Is it the one for me, an Igbo man, that we already had democracy before the white man came? Or is it the one that you will have from the Oni or the Bale or whoever who already has a system that is his own? Or is it the one for the Sultan of Sokoto or any of the emirs there who already have a different one? So if we now say get a Nigerian system, which one will you choose? Democracy is the best for every one of us. Government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think that a lot of reactions are coming from these opposing views. But let me take it to you, Professor Utomi. You've been around for so many years. And you've been fighting on. So let me rephrase it a little bit. Many Nigerians believe that our structure of governance is flawed. In line with what His Excellency said and what Senator Baribe said, what do you think about our structure of governance? Is it working? Do we need another structure? You remember that Governor Sulov and Nasarawa mentioned that the Nigerian president is very powerful. There are too many powers in Abuja. The question then is that structure working? Does it relate to what His Excellency is saying and what the Senator is saying? Thank you.
Yeah, but with all that power, insecurity is increasing. So what's the point of the power?
Yes.
I think that we complicate very simple things. There are basic laws of nature. If you don't follow them, things don't go well. It's simple. One of those basic laws, as far as governing is concerned, is the subject that Senator Baribe has just spoken to, legitimacy, which is a central concept in this book. I didn't start writing this last month. Some people think because of the last election, he wrote this. Those lines on legitimacy were written in 1982. Because this book just grew. Okay? Essentially, legitimacy must exist to be able to govern. Whether you are elected, you carried out a coup. Why do soldiers on coup day say that the hospitals have become consulting clinics and all of that? They're trying to earn a certain kind of legitimacy, which I call negative legitimacy. Make the people believe that, okay, he's there for our sake. Now, if there is a problem with legitimacy, people wonder, what is he really doing? Is he really there because of us? We know, even if you intimidate them with Supreme Court and all of that, they know it's a sham, it's a farce. And so they said, okay, they can't fight you. Okay, carry, go, God will deal with you one day. And as they're dealing with God will deal with you someday, you need National Assembly to back some policies. Not of them knows you are illegitimate. So what do? They ask you for money. And so, Engineer Abaribe gets one bag of dollars so that he will vote for the next thing. The next guy collects bag, and the place is just a complete mess. You can't govern. That's what's happened to Nigeria. We've gone away from the fundamentals of how you govern. And then we got these complications. Okay.
Excellent. Secretary of the State Government, Professor Chidionya, with your experience in development circles and now serving in Enugu State Government, do you think that the governors have enough powers to bring proper development to the states? Because if you know, poverty rate in almost all the states in Nigeria increasing, unemployment increasing, and insecurity increasing. And most of the time, the attention is to the federal government. And most of the governors always keep quiet where the blame is on the government. So my question to you is, in relation to that, do you have enough powers to govern? And what do you think about the demand for state police to address the issue of insecurity?
Thank you so much. I'll start by wishing Professor Pat Utomi a very happy birthday on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba. Congratulations. And back to your question, I do think that states have sufficient power to be able to drive the fundamental change that they need to meet their social contract to the people. In my experience in the past, before I took this job, I had worked in the development firm for a long time, and I understand that certain fundamentals, while the politics is important, the politics of delivery is underpinned by the right policies, also having the right implementation culture. And Professor Ositobu had talked about something in his comment which talks about strong institutions. And we've been talking about this for quite a bit. So what the governor of Enugu State had done through his team was to identify that evidence-based decision-making is critical. So there's no way you're going to set out to achieve a level of very fundamental, irreversible change if you don't understand the fundamentals driven by empirical evidence. So what we have done is, while there's this question around whether the states have enough power, we are more focused on meeting the social contract that is in his agreement with the people. And what that means is that very fundamental things that came up, like for instance in Enugu, for over 2 decades, there was no water in Enugu State. But the governor, on assumption of the office, said that in 180 days, and this is the difference between when governors come into power and they give some highfalutin promises that they have no plans of meeting, and those that drive their commitments based on empirical evidence on data. So what we have set out to do was to set out a trajectory that allows us to build the milestones to track performance. So now you know that strong institutions also have to do with capacity. We're very aware that the current system in the public service may not have the right capacity, so we're able to start at the very beginning to get the right support from outside to strengthen what was within, and also to track the growth of those that are within towards that key element, which was to provide water for Enugu in 180 days. And it seemed like 2 decades of problems being solved in 180 days. But at the end of 180 days, Enugu State was able to have close to 60,000 cubic liters coming into Enugu. It's never been done before, over 2 decades. But the fundamentals was that we didn't set on that journey by just giving a promise that there was no plan to achieve. So the state governors have fundamental powers. They have enough power to be able to fulfill some of the promises if they want to. It's important if they want to. So when a governor is committed to meeting his obligations, for instance, reducing the poverty headcount, which is one of the key things, you have to ask yourself what policies can actually achieve that. So if you're going to try private investors, we said we were going to move the GDP from $4.4 billion to $30 billion over the next 4 to 8 years. This is not a promise that is easy to achieve if you don't do the fundamentals, attract the private sector to drive and catalyze growth. Like I was sharing with the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, and he said to me, how do you drive this without security? How do we drive this without energy, power, which is one of the key areas that make companies not to be competitive? Why would they come to Enugu State? So the first thing he did was tackle insecurity. Now we don't have the powers, so to speak, to have state security, but we do have the powers to collaborate with existing security agencies and have the political will to do what was not easily done before. So the governor has political will. He had the right type of collaboration with security agents. He had the right type of team to drive it. Professor Tommy has been pushing value-based leadership. So at the very beginning, the government values that can help me drive the team that I have gathered. So he set out with 4 key areas. First was meritocracy. He felt that it was important to hire the right people. And so it wasn't just meritocracy of recruitment, it was also meritocracy of ideas. So So the ideation and the people was one of the key things. He felt like respect was critical. The next thing was team spirit, not just teamwork, so that we work collaboratively in areas and support one another. And this is around the key things. And finally, what are we going to define success to mean to the people of Enugu State? And also create this regional market that we were pushing for. So the last was excellence. This catalyzed the process of our process from ideation to transaction close. So governors do have the power if they choose to. Thank you.
Excellent. Listening to the SSG of Enugu State, all you are saying seems as if to say you took some of the things. So we thank Professor Ostobu for that excellent book. So let me now take it back to His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. You are a governor and you run for president. And this question actually relates to you and Senator Tambua. And in relation to his view and Senator Abaribe's comment, I want to ask you, when you were governor, and even from your experience, when important decisions that will affect the generality of the people are being taken by the president, is there normally proper consultation with the governors, with the National Assembly, before decisions are taken? The reason why I'm asking this is because if you look at the current situation we have in Nigeria, fuel subsidy has been removed, Naira has been floated, and we are now in a very serious crisis. So my question to you, during your own time as a governor, did the president consult in this kind of important decisions, and what do the governors normally say in this? Thank you.
Number one, quite frankly, it is a difference between the different presidents. You cannot compare Obasanjo's presidency, Yar'Adua's presidency, to what we have today, period. Under General Obasanjo, the governor was in charge of the security. I, for one, requested that every DPO, for rank of DPO, to commission in Anambra be removed. And it happened. I said every DPO, I didn't say assistant commissioner, from DPO of police, that I don't want to see them in Anambra State again. That I want to have a commissioner of police. And that I am taking decision, everything that happened in security in Anambra State, including pulling people's house down, I did it with the authority of the president. And every month, there is a conversation between the president and the governor. And it happened under Yar'Adua. I remember telling a governor, when Buhari was there, I said, how can you be arguing with people? Can't you talk to the president? He looked at me as if I was speaking. I said, go to the president and request something. So there is a different thing between collaboration and authority. It's totally different. Like Sule said, if the president decides that things will work, it's like this in security. It's either you're in charge or you're not in charge. If we are at war, we declare war. When I came to Anambra State, everybody knew. People were collecting money in the street. People were doing all sorts of things. Some lunatics took over our park. I went to Obasanjo. I said, listen, if you don't want me to be governor, I go home. If I must be governor, I will be in charge here. He said, Mr. Young man, just don't do things that will be very distant. And I went home. In 1 week, they have 3 DIG of police. Okino, Ono for everybody in Anambra State. And it was shot. What I said, listen, sir, this man is problematic. We must bring everything down. So, the president has to decide whether bandits will take over the country or not. The governors have to now work with him. Governors have to be in charge of their state and hold them responsible if you want to govern. Just like what you said about corruption. The same thing. So, in my own time, I would say it, under Yar'Adua, under Yar'Adua it was even better. Yar'Adua asked me to go and remove a village. I said, listen, I have a problem with this village. He called the 2 governors. I said, we must demolish everything here. When I became governor, I'm happy that a revered traditional ruler of Onitsha is there. Obi of Onitsha. There was a place called Apaka Forest. That was where all the criminals are. And I said, see this forest, President, I want to level it. I don't want it to be a forest again. He said, do whatever you want. Today is the best habitable place in the area of Onitsha. We will level it. Everybody go. But the president gave us authority. He didn't say no. You have to take it easy. He said, go and level it if that's what you want to do. So you need a president who is determined, give the governor authority, the governor takes the authority and go and do it. Like Sule said, if the president decides today to stop corruption, you don't need EFCC. If you're not stealing, your wife is not stealing, your children are not involved, you reduce it by 60%. Everybody will run for cover. But when your wife, your children, everybody is doing their own, people will help them. And that's what is happening. You know? We're talking about the issue of foreign exchange. We can't just, a currency of a country is one of the things that make that country. Today, our country has been terrorized by people in government. You put a law that if any official is here, fine with dollar, you go to jail. No more dollar transaction here. I'm not, those who are importing goods can use dollar. We have naira, we have currency, we should be proud of it. But when people in government are now the ones spending dollar, spraying it, doing everything, you hold the whole system. People used to disagree with presidents. Governor Ada is there. They were disagreeing with Obasanjo. They quarreled, and everybody, even in our meeting, I've been in a meeting where Obasanjo will end the meeting by quarreling with the governors. After quarrel, they walk away, this walk away. Today, governors can't walk away on the president. Because if they walk away, they don't know where they're going to end. But they used to walk away on Obasanjo. Yeah, so this is the things. You must have a system that works. When they were there, Obasanjo will call meeting, they won't come. Because they believe that they were a system. Today it was like the governors are now household. If the president said this thing, everybody runs for cover. It shouldn't be. They are governors of their own states.
Somewhere we were invited for breaking a fast by President Muhammadu Buhari. And unfortunately, my colleague, who was then also the chairman of Nigeria Governors Forum, Abdulaziz Yari Abubakar of Zamfara, had traveled for Lesser Hajj. But before he did that, out of frustrations, he came out to make a public statement that he had resigned from being the chief security officer of Zamfara State. So when we were done with the breaking of fast, President Buhari was seeing us off. As I shook his hands, he asked me, looking straight into my eyes, why is your friend that is always complaining? I said, my friend had traveled to Saudi Arabia. But Mr. President, he is not just crying and complaining. There is real and present danger in Zamfara. And there is the need for you to really intervene. He's not just complaining. He said, really? I said, yes, sir. I will allow you to interpret what that means to you. Now, my experience, whether I was being consulted on policies, Sokoto borders 3 regions, that is 3 states in the Niger Republic, Tawa, Doso, and Maradi. We have the longest border with the Niger Republic than any other state in Nigeria. When President Muhammadu Buhari decided to close down borders, no governor was consulted. 3 of the governors of those regions individually called me to say what's happening. I said, my brother, I'm sorry, I don't know. Every effort I made to reach out to the NSA, because I was told that the instruction came from the office of the NSA, I couldn't reach him. The only person I was able to reach was the then CG of Immigration, Babandede, who was able to give me some insights. So no consultation whatsoever on such a very key and important economic and security issue. Because Niger and Nigeria had by then a security pact that the military from Nigeria can pursue insurgents and bandits up to some certain miles into Niger Republic. That's what they call hot pursuit. Vice versa. And then you shut the borders. So you could see that I was left with no answers. So consultations are not necessarily as frequent as they are supposed to be. And on the issue of control, security, powers of the government. Yes, in terms of developmental issues in your state, yes, you have the control of the resources. You can come up with policies, but then you can only implement those policies, no matter how good, if the state is safe and secure. The all and most important ingredient for any development is security. Governors don't have control over security. They don't. They post to you, Commissioner of Police, at their whims and caprices, and they deal with you and relate with you as they deem fit. So it's not about collaboration. It's beyond collaboration. Matters of security, governors are supposed to be hands-on because they are the ones dealing with the live issues of ensuring that people are secured. And it's not the case. So there is the need for us to restructure and devolve more powers to the governors so that they can work on issues of security and even give them more resources. That's my take on that.
Sorry, Frank, if you don't mind. Yeah, I think that we should not just drift away from it. There isn't enough listening. And it's one of the most important attributes of leadership. If you can't listen, you cannot lead. And then this is one of the big strengths. I keep talking to my Indian friends and talking about how enough credit has not been given to Rao as Prime Minister for India's turnaround. It was supposed to be a placeholder and the things that happened. But I bring it home. Enough credit. And Nigeria is very unfortunate. It's not been given to Umaru Musa Yar'Adua as president. He was a listener. He listened to governors. He listened to even ordinary civilian like me. Once Friday afternoon, I still remember, he said to me, "What's wrong with Nigeria?" I said, I'm a teacher, I will talk. He said, "Talk." And for 2 hours, he sat there just listening to me. Very unfortunate with losing President Yar'Adua when we lost him. But we need people who go to leadership positions to learn to listen and to consult. That's part of the essence of the policy process. And we're missing it now. This, shut down the border. Nothing, then 2 weeks later you find out, why did we shut it down? What are the consequences? We act before we think. And this is tragedy. This is what Nigeria has been living through. Just thought I should make that small point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for giving me this opportunity. Executive governors and former governors, Your Excellency, the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka, our traditional leaders, His Royal Highness, the Oba of Onitsha, and the representative of the Emir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols respected. I first should start by wishing a happy birthday to our chief host, Professor Pat Utumi, a man of shining credentials who continues to inspire Nigerians and Africans across the continent. I am the annual lecture and international leadership symposium. In fact, I feel very fortunate to share the podium with my good friend, Professor Peter Luis, one of the most distinguished Africanists in the United States, who's traveled to Lagos to be there in person. I also want to share the wisdom that was shared by Bishop Kuka and other distinguished speakers before him, as well as this wonderful panel of the wise. Let me say that all of the previous speakers have really dived deeply into Nigeria as we see it today. I want to stand on their collective shoulders and project from there to the outside, provide additional context for this brainstorming exercise. It is remarkable that as we gather here today to brainstorm and rub minds about the linkages between democracy, governance, visionary leadership, and development, it is projected that in less than 25 years, Nigeria's population will be at approximately 400 million inhabitants, which means that 1 in every 4 Africans would be Nigerian. It is also projected that should the Fourth Republic endure and should Nigeria stay on the trajectory of democracy, it would be the second largest populated democracy in the world by 2050, coming only after India. As we know so well, 70% of Nigeria's population is under 30 years old, and almost half is under 15 years. Nigeria, therefore, is a global player and must step up its game. Nigeria, as we all know, is the giant of Africa, literally and figuratively. It must lead the charge and cannot have feet of clay. There is now a collective awareness for those of us who follow global issues of the weight, the voice, the value of giving meaning to the global south, where increasingly populations are saying nothing about us without us. That explains the calls for reform of the UN system with a permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the African continent. That explains the call for reforms of the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank and the IMF. That explains even recent actions to provide an African seat on the G20 and all the echoes around that. The world is beckoning for Nigeria to tell the world that here I come. We are also gathered here today at a time when the sub-regional organization ECOWAS is in shambles. We know Nigeria's weight and leadership in the sub-region. It carries the entire sub-region in all aspects: human capital, economic powerhouse, governance model, military might, and you name the rest. Looking internally, Afrobarometer surveys and surveys by
I think there is a network election. And I said one thing. Just like I said about driving, driving was what one of the former Chief Justices spoke about an aeroplane when I confronted him. The elections, there was nothing wrong with the elections that happened in my constituency. Everything went well, except the presidential part. The same beavers, the same everything, all results came when they wanted to impute the ones for the House of Rep and Senate. It went seamlessly, and our results were declared. When it was time to impute the one for presidential, he didn't go. Why? And somebody will tell you that it was a glitch. It was not a glitch. It was just that some people decide that they will not follow the simple tenets of democracy. That's all. And it is because of one simple thing that it happened. Nobody till today has been punished for that thing that happened. And the bane of Nigeria, and I repeat, the bane of Nigeria is that nobody is punished for any infraction, and therefore people get away with murder. That's all. Aaron, do you disagree with him or do you agree with him on this one?
Well, I think the way he presented it, I said it's about the people, the attitude. Now, look at it. By himself, Senator Abaribe is saying that when it was time for his own election and that of the member of House of Reps, on the same day, same process, his own went seamless. That of my brother didn't go seamless. So it's the attitude of the people. It's the process. It's the same process. It's human being. It's about the people. It's about how we go about implementing those very important ingredients of democracy. Free, fair election. And you see, the whole of the election, the whole gamut, from primaries up to tribunal, up to Supreme Court, is a process. How can you till tomorrow convince me that someone who came fourth, number 4, can be governor? Meanwhile, the tribunal said he cannot be. The Court of Appeal said he cannot be. Supreme Court said 1, 2. No, number 1, go. Number 2, not you. Number 3, not you. Number 4, it's you. And you tell me that it's not about human beings. It's not possible. And look at the policy of the current Supreme Court on all the governorship elections. The policy of let my people go, not justice of the case. Not justice of the case. So when we talk about due process, rule of law, it's not just about, it's a process. So I believe that we have a long way to go in the reforms, and we must imbibe the right attitude as leaders, as followers, as voters, as political parties, as practitioners. So it's not just about, look at the Imo elections, the last one. Look at the Bayelsa elections. Look at the Kogi elections. Okay, look at the by-elections that have just been concluded last week. In my state, people were carrying ballot boxes with the aid of police and the military. So how do you convince me that the election was free and fair? So we must get the right attitude if we want to have democracy and good governance. Thank you very much.
One is the question of the powers of the governors. And my young friend there, Peter B, had to go and take permission from a president to cut down a forest in the state. In a federation, the government coordinates, not subordinate. But in Nigeria, we make the sub-government subordinate to the center. It is wrong. We don't have a federal system. I'll elaborate in a minute. And I had to take permission. I saw the necessity to have power in this century. I had to go and take permission from a president to build a power plant. It was a hard task to get that permission. But listen to this. After I built a power plant, the president made a law, if you generate, you cannot distribute. So what was the point? So my effort to say that Akwa Ibom will be the first state to have 24-hour constant power was frustrated because of the nature of arrangements we have in the country. And we talk about security. We've been shouting about state police, state police, state police. We have not had it. How can you have somebody, like you said, if that man, Governor Tambuwa, if that man, that police officer that you said was aiding the cutting away of ballot, if he was from your state, he would not have aided it, because he would have made sure that the people's choices are what comes out as the result of the election. And you talk about election and INEC, how many times have we not said? They say if you are alleged, you must prove. So you bring somebody who says that his election results were faulted, you bring him to come and prove with evidence held by INEC that will convict INEC. Why will INEC release those the kind of evidence he needs? When President Trump had issues with the election, nobody asked Biden or anybody to come and prove that they were properly elected. They asked Pennsylvania and Georgia to go and do a recount. But here we have never put INEC on trial until you put INEC, who alleges that they've done a proper election, until you put them on trial to come and prove how properly they conduct the election, you'll never get good results from the election. So what is fundamentally wrong is what the institution, I thank the book reviewer for talking about the institution. Our institution, and the most basic, corrupt, wrong institution we have is the Constitution. Unless and until we develop the courage and the ability to change that Constitution and make it a Constitution written by Nigerians for Nigeria, we will never make progress. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think my issue is essentially on the question which the compere asked about the type of government. I want to say that the problem, as has been said, is not with the system of governance. Look, we once operated the parliamentary system. We said it was not good. We have come to the presidential system, and we are now saying it's not good enough. If we go to that system, Nigerians will corrupt that same system. The problem is not with the system. Actually, what we are practicing now is pseudo. Not democracy, though. It's not the real democracy. We are practicing what somebody said, a government of the elites, by the elites, for the elites. Somebody decides he will be governor, he becomes governor. Somebody says it's my turn to be president, he becomes president. And therefore, is that the way it is done? The other day, Obama was on the television, how they were paying for meals in the State House. The American presidential system, do they carry the cost of governance that we carry? So let's not demonize Western democracy when we are the ones who are not practicing it. My point is, we need to bring this check and balance, which is consequence for action. And if we can't do it through the established institutions, I don't know how else we can do it. Thank you.
I think we have been talking about the problems and going round and round about the problems. We have never suggested how they could be solved. Maybe doing a blame game,
but we have never talked about how to solve these problems. There's a fundamental problem in Nigeria's politics. And that fundamental problem is the relationship between the executors of the policies of government and the institutions of government. And I want to tell you, the greatest problem is the relationship between the executors, the president, the governors, the local government chairman, and so on and so forth, and the institutions. First of all, you would like to agree with me that at this particular moment, Sule has said the president is powerful. Yes, of course the president has to be powerful. He's the #1 citizen of the country. But the problem is his relationship of his power to the governance of the state through different organs and different institutions in place in the country. So who will bear the cat? Who will come out and bear the cat? When we were forming the People's Democratic Party in 1998, and we look at all these problems and say who will bear the cat? And the solution among all the leaders who were putting together this government was that it is the party. It is the party that must be supreme. And we worked to make the party supreme in 1999 by using the party to choose good people who will govern the country. But then when these people came in, they changed, they catapulted, and took away the powers of the people embedded in the political parties to themselves. So much so that, wait a minute, I mean, we have come here, this is an opportunity. We won't have to say. So much so that the president usurped the powers of the party, the governors usurped the powers of the party, the local government chairman usurped the powers of the party, and it became a federal might in doing anything. In conducting elections, federal might. In choosing people, federal might. Government's might, and so on and so forth. And there was no other might till today. So what are we talking about? We must find a way now to take power back to the people through the administration of the political parties in this democracy. And I'll give you an example. We are talking about Yaradua, a very fine gentleman, may he so rest in peace. When he became the president of the country, and we had the first National Executive Committee of PDP, in which we were all members as members of the Board of Trustees. Victor Otta was there. And we suggested in that meeting to Yaradua that he should now become the leader of the party. Ask him, what did he say? He said, no, I am the president of the country, and somebody else must be the leader of the party so that somebody will be able to check what I am doing. Who checks who checks what the governor is doing? Tell me in which state in this country has conducted a local government election in which the party in power does not win 100%. Tell me. So we must be able to consult ourselves and find out exactly the best thing to do. And the best thing to do is to return the powers to the political parties and put in checks and balances in the situation. Who is the president afraid of? Who is the governor is afraid of? Nobody. So how can you rectify the situation? Thank you very much. God bless.
Expect such things.
You say?
They don't hear me.
Congratulations, my brother. I never felt as bad as I felt today. When I was watching a reporter who was telling us about the Super Eagles preparations for the make or my match with South Africa tomorrow. The guy said it's been in Cote d'Ivoire the last 2 weeks. They've not taken life for 1 second in Cote d'Ivoire here. And we'll have all our people here. But most of the people speaking, they've tried to be governors and all of that. So where is the solution? What do we do to get out of this quagmire? I mean, we cop, it's stock shops all over the place. So can we please leave this place today and have a solution that we can take home? Thank you.
Congratulations. Those of us who are 90 and above, we are really expecting you to get to 90 and above. You will get there. It is just time. I represent a generation that is weeping. Hold it, please. I represent a generation that is weeping because of the darkness at noonday in Nigeria. We are weeping because Nigeria is enjoying darkness at noonday. I have about 3 questions to ask and I'll sit down. My generation wants to understand why in 1914 we became a symbolic project. Symbolic project. And at 2024, we are still a symbolic project. Before 1999, we are heading to becoming a symbolic nation, but we are not. So what is the problem? What is the difficulty in understanding that Nigeria needs people with mindset, properly ordered mindset, positive mindset, people who will think and ask questions. Every Nigerian ought to ask himself 6 questions. One question is, why is Nigeria a symbolic project? 2, how come Nigeria cannot become a symbolic nation? 3, why is it all like this? When will it change? Where will it start? And who will kick it off? So those are the 3 questions, but the final one is, will allow politics, position, power, network, and cash to be the driver of what we do in this country. In civilized countries, they regard mindset as very critical. 1, it is because they have the right mindset, that they have they can understand why in America and other progressive nations, you have for every university, you have 1 university, 3 technical colleges, and 30 training institutions like secondary schools. But in Nigeria, we have 100 universities and hardly any technical technological institutes. So those are the final questions.
Thank you. We've said that democracy is the best, according to one of the seasoned panelists on the seat. And then if you look at in terms of its function, the states are asking for more power. What is the role of the states in terms of giving that local government autonomy? As a young person, I have access to my local government chairman. I don't even have access to the state's governor or even the president. And the reason why there is so much insecurity and a lot of stuff's happening around is because the dividend of democracy has not been felt at the grassroots. Everybody is struggling for survival. Now, according to the president, presidential aspirant, Peter Obi, how are you going to address that issue if you were the president in terms of allowing that local government autonomy so that dividend of democracy can cascade down to the common man and to an ordinary young person like me? Thank you.
My question is to Senator Tambuwal, Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, and of course Senator Enyina Abaribe, because we've talked about consequences, and you really cannot divorce consequences from the institutional consequence system, which is the judiciary. So, in terms of judicial recruitment, as governors of your states, what was the judicial recruitment strategy? And in terms of measurement, what results were achieved? And if you can be specific about examples that have come out from those strategies and results achieved, so that at least those can be models. And for the senator, some judicial recruitments go to the National Assembly for confirmation. And what we hear is that is the typical take a bow and go. So we can't all keep complaining when this issue of judicial recruitment and those that actually execute rule of law issues are left to fluid considerations. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
When in Nigeria, we will say that the blood of a Nigerian cannot be spilled. We have seen a situation in Nigeria where a woman was chased to the middle of the road, pregnant woman, the stomach was cut open, the baby was removed and put on the street. Now we have so much kidnappings going on. KBACs are kidnapped, the chairman of PDP kidnapped. 2 days ago, 2 buses coming from Abia, God is good, with 16 passengers and ABC going to Abuja, 32 Nigerians kidnapped, they ran into the bush. Is it possible for us from this room to bring a solution to this government on issue of kidnapping, which I think has become business?
Thank you very much.
During the last election, I was heavily pregnant. I went all the way to where I grew up, my father's place, to cast my vote for the Labour Party. And during the governorship election again, I had just put to bed a day before. I still took my time. God gave me strength. I went back to cast my vote because I wanted to do the right thing and I thought we will get it right. Now my question is this. We have been trying as citizens. We believe in Nigeria. We have been talking, different people have been talking, leaders like you. When are we going to make things right? What do we need to make these things right, to make these things work? Because it has to work in my time. Please, that's what I want.
All right, thank you. We should stop passing buck. National Assembly, you have powers to make laws. Rather than the rigmarole of your constitutional amendments, what have you done with 2014 Constitutional Conference? 1. 2, governance is all about lawmaking and sanction. Have you looked through the laws in order to give them more teeth and not this kind of perplexity, and we keep sharing blames? Thank you.
That the national performance with what we have today. Because for us, if the foundation be faulty, what can the righteous do? And the foundation of Nigeria today rests on the illegitimate military constitution foisted on the country as decree number 24 of 1999. You cannot decree a constitution and that makes it a law. A constitution is the ground norm that directs, and it is owned by the people. It is not foisted. Wherever it is foisted, it becomes a law. Because in that, when they came, they gave themselves the powers of the parliament. They didn't give themselves the power to make law. And that is why the National Assembly cannot give you a constitution. We must go back to a people's democratic constituent assembly, where the people can take ownership of their constitution. The moment you don't do that, you continue with this rigmarole, continue to blame governance. The other thing is political party. There is no internal democracy. But the most fundamental, which we need to deal with, and urgently so, is for us to go back to a constituent assembly that will produce a people's constitution for Nigeria. I thank you very much.
I think, as somebody did say, for democracy, what's important is that the votes must count. And so we are talking about building institutions. And so we must address the question, how do you make INEC truly independent? This is very important. How do you do it? How do you build that car? It's very important. And how do you decentralize the power at the center? The power at the center is so we need to restructure. And then you must bring back sanctions. If you don't bring sanctions, impunity will continue to reign. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, quite frankly, the president is just because of, everybody has said it about issue of restructure our amendment of our constitution. Because quite frankly, the president is not supposed to be involved with local governments. It shouldn't be. These are the things that have made things uncontrollable and divert the attention that it requires to do the right thing for the nation into going to do things that it shouldn't be involved. Local government is supposed to end with the states. Just like the other day, I'm still waiting to see whether it's going to be passed issue of election of local government being conducted by INEC. INEC, ordinarily, if we want to practice democracy, as we have borrowed from America, INEC should only be involved, that's the national one, with the election of the president, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. Governorship, House of Assembly, local government should be conducted by the states. They have no reason to do it. Just like what we do with judiciary. There's no reason why somebody who conducted a state assembly election, governorship election, all this should go all the way to a National Court of Appeal, Supreme Court. What for? We should by now, since we have 6, even with what we have there, 6 regions, we should have court that ends within the region. Because nobody can tell me, that's why they gave judgment to somebody who was number 4. If those judges, if it was Supreme Court that ended in the southeast, they won't give that type of judgment. But when you have somebody from Anambra giving judgment on election in Sokoto, it's transactional. Because he knows he can do anything and get away with it. And when we talk about consequences, it's not just consequences that will come from by rule of law. There's consequences that come from where you are. If you allow certain things to happen, you will not get away with it because you will live with it. But when you have to give judgment and go home, that's it. So, for me, talking about president and local government, that's why we have a security problem. The president is occupied by issues of trying to build a nation, trying to run an economy. You can't be talking about issue of fiscal policy, monetary policy, to do with economy, inflation, exchange, and you're talking about local government. That is a waste of time. That shouldn't be the concern of the president. If I'm president, I won't have anything to do with local government. Governors will work with governors and ensure that they work with local government. Even in this constitution, we're not implementing. If you go to the Economic Council, the national government is supposed to meet with governors once every month in economic council. The governor is supposed to meet with local government chairman once every month for the state economic council. But because the president now intervenes with local governments, and then they have a problem, local government chairman are going to Abuja to see the president. What do you think you're doing? It's waste of time. Just like everything we do now, the president is the one seeing everybody. He does this, he's the one doing this, interfering with things he shouldn't. So for me, we will have effective local government working with the governors. The governors will be meeting with the president, and there should be regular meetings. Pastor Tommy has said it here, and it's not because he said it. I said it earlier. President Yaradua was exceptional. And so were other presidents until recently. They were listening. You can call them any day. I said it before. I called Obasanjo by 2 a.m. I had issue in my state, 2 a.m. We had issue in my state. I called him, he picked up the phone, and I could see him talking to a minister, saying, "Are you sleeping?" By 2 a.m. Today, people don't even see the president. You make an appointment, you go through chief of staff, you go through this. But as governor, we are authorized to see the president without going through anybody. I just come and say, I want to see the president, I have issue. So these are things that helps governors. And local government chairman should have the same access with the governor. Even what you said about recruitment, because I was governor, so I can mention that. Go and ask anybody. They know most governors don't even interfere in recruitment of judges. I didn't know who. Somebody was asking me, who and who did you appoint as judges? I said, me. I didn't know. We just have judicial council. I said, go and ask them. I never interfered in anything, not even in admission. One of the first experiences I had was a vice chancellor in our university came and said there's the allocation for office of the governor for admission. I said, VC, if it's not that because you're a good man, I would have sacked you today. If anybody wants admission, let him go. If you have cut-off point, let them go. That even me, I didn't pass jam the first time. Me. And it's not easy. So let them go and repeat. Like I repeated then. So why would you come down and say I should tell somebody? Let them go and repeat that. That I took jam and I didn't get the cut-off point. So I went second time. I made sure I was on top. So if anybody fails, let him go and repeat. There's nothing in that. And these are things we have cultivated here. Parents are now getting involved with the admission of their parents. They are not getting involved of their children. They are not getting involved with the exam, with everything. Who says that? No. We need to start. Governors, I was governor. I didn't get involved with any of those things. You do the right things. That is the only way you can endanger followership, respect, and anything. If anybody tell you that P2B appointed him judge, let him come. I didn't even know how they appoint judge. They just said these people will be sworn in as judges. I swore them in. And I went to court. And everybody knows that I've never given any judge money. If you give judgment against me, okay, one day you will judge against yourself. Because that thing you did that was wrong will come around to affect you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for judicial recruitment and also what you are doing as a senator and senate to make sure that we have better laws. And there's also another question to say, should the president continue to appoint INEC chairman? Because, you know, His Excellency said that the INEC is supposed to conduct elections for Senate, Federal House, and the presidential election, while governor is supposed to conduct. So the question then is, should the president continue to appoint INEC chairman, and should governor continue to appoint the state electoral commissions? Mr. Baribe, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I will make a couple of points. First, there was a question. What is the National Assembly doing about the 2014 National Conference? I think there's a mistake. There was a national conference under President Jonathan. Nothing about that national conference was brought to the National Assembly. And our rule, and which is the law of Nigeria, is that after every session of the National Assembly, that session ends with everything. You have to start de novo, new. In other words, when that National Assembly ended in 2015, everything that was done that was not brought to the National Assembly also left with that particular session. So you can't come today and ask us, what did you do with that time? It's not, we can use what is in that thing today, assuming when we start the next constitutional amendment. That is it. Secondly, about the appointment, I do not think that they matter. And I'm very, very clear when I say this. The matter is not the person who is the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. We miss the point when we always put this thing on a person. It's not the fact. Today, no matter what anybody tells you, we have the technology to remove all elements of people deciding whether they will upload the result or not. Once you remove that, all the youth here, they vote for BP Niger. Who determines how they do it? None of them complains about it. It means that the technology is available for us to vote, and our vote goes directly. That is what we need to do. And that point also comes to what our lady here talked about concerning insecurity. Let me tell you, ma, I was arrested by DSS under Buhari in front of a barber shop when I went to cut my hair. And the DSS themselves told me that they traced me using my phone. There was no NIN at that time. Today, there is NIN, there is BVN, there is everything, and somebody is kidnapped, and money is paid into an account by transfer, and the police and the security people will tell you they don't know how to go there. It is wrong, and it is not correct. They have all the technology they want. If they want to catch you today, they will catch you. And let me tell you why I say they want to catch you today. There's one young man who during the wrote something and said, oh, that Mrs. Buhari, that she's so fat because she's eating Nigeria's money. They traced him to Jigawa and caught him. What did they use to catch him? So let nobody tell you that these security people don't have what they do. There is just a sense, unfortunately, a sense of malaise in the country where people who are supposed to do something have refused to do it. And there is no consequence for them refusing to do it. Just like Governor Sule said, any president that gets up and calls all the people and line them up and said, I will take it no more. You don't act, you get fired, even if you are my brother. Once that happens, you will see everybody wake up. All that happens today is simple. The man who does not do his job, when they now say, clamp on him, oh, it is my mother's cousin, it is my father's brother, it is my uncle, oh, it is somebody, he was my ADC. That is the only thing that is causing all the problem today. We have used nepotism as statecraft, and that nepotism has now led us into an abyss. Until somebody is willing to walk away from it, we will never be able to solve this problem of all this area.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Peter Obi said about the judicial recruitment. For the 8 years I've been governor of Sokoto, I never interfered with the judicial process for recruitment into the judiciary of Sokoto State. And the Judicial Service Committee were doing so well, they even appointed members of the academia, a professor as a High Court judge. He is on the bench of Sokoto State, is a professor of law. He is on the bench of Sokoto High Court as of today. I never interfered. And on the confab report, sir, my elder brother, Chris Asuloka, Senator Abaribe has captured it all. When President Jonathan empaneled the conference committee, he knew that there was National Assembly. We all know the issues in this country. What the president could have done was to initiate executive bills and send to the National Assembly. But because he was looking for accommodation for people to come and talk and keep them busy, that was why he created that platform. As Speaker, you can ask David Mark as Senate President. We approached him and told him, Mr. President, this you can do through this way. Okay, he didn't do it that way. After the confab report, he knew that he ought to have initiated bills deriving from the report of the conference. That was not done. So at best, what the current National Assembly can do is that we can dust up the report of the conference and now come up with private member bills so that we can now implement the report of the confab for 2014. It's not too late, it's not foreclosed, that can be done. Thank you very much.
Ogede and Nemeka Achebe to please join them as well. And also 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 61, 65, 66, 67, 68. Thank you very much. Okay, please, without each of you would have a book, I'll start with
the cloth. So if I make an announcement here, my church might revolt. But I will launch it with something reasonable, but I can assure you. God bless you. Thank you.
But we'll get about 10 copies from Professor Utomi. Thank you.
Prof, His Excellency will speak to you.
Prof, I've already whispered my own. And I have also another copy for Senator Ken Naman. He will reach. I didn't whisper your own, Tambuwal.
Prof, with greetings from His Royal Highness the Emir of Kazori, will launch the book on his behalf for 1 million.
Prof, I will launch the book with 100,000 naira.
Sit, Professor Utomi, you please approach your birthday cake. I'd like to invite T. Already know about him. Do yourself a world of good. Take your seat, listen and enjoy. He came all the way from the... Put your hands together for T. After TK's performance with our guests, this is family alone. And if you don't mind, I can change my name from Jide Benson to Jide Utomi and join them. Those in favor say aye. Those against keep. I'm not calling name. They will close your school as we go on strike. All right, let's do this very quickly. At the count of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. You can go back to your seats now. TK, over to you.
Cause the way you got me feeling, there's not a wall. You got me deep with your tongue. So my love for you, baby, is never ending. Would you stay with me tonight? Cause my love for you, baby, is never ending. Would you stay? Oh
one more time, 'cause I cannot get you off my memory, darling. You're the smile lights my world. So my love for you, baby, is never ending. Won't you stay with me tonight? 'Cause my love for you, baby, is never ending. Won't you stay with me tonight? 'Cause my love for you, baby, is never ending. Can you sing with me, please? Can you sing with me? Let's sing the chorus together, please. It's very simple.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The final act for today is not.
Conceptualized by the ace multilingual broadcaster of immense talent and creative genius, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communication Global Media Network 25 years ago, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the strongest, most admired and preferred global brand in the art of high society celebrity entertainment broadcasting. For the past quarter of a century, the ubiquitous The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the face of Nigeria on global television, projecting the image of the country with our peculiar lifestyles, fashionable dress sense, and the different ways Nigerians celebrate from the north, east, west, and south, showcasing proudly Nigerian inimitable styles of celebration. From very humble beginnings to global recognition, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, marks 25 years of captivating, non-stop entertainment. BOS celebrates remarkable entertaining brilliance, unforgettable moments, and lifelong memories. For 25 years, the ubiquitous Bisi Olatilo Show has charmed and captivated hearts of our global audiences beyond borders with enchanting and unmatched entertainment. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates 25 years of incredible creative power as the most admired brand in the art of high society entertainment broadcasting. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, is usually the first program to break the news about any big-ticket event across and beyond the shores of Nigeria. As the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates its 25th anniversary of setting the pace and pioneering a very compelling and engaging style of celebrity entertainment broadcasting, 25 years on and still counting, BOS has embarked on a new era of 24-hour TV broadcasting with Biscon Television. Biscon TV, which is on terrestrial and satellite broadcast platforms, churns out news, sports, politics, business, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs 24 hours daily. Biscon TV, which has a very strong presence on YouTube, is the fastest growing platform on YouTube and other social media platforms. It's a magnificent transformation from BOS, a weekly program, to Biscon TV, a 24-hour TV station which churns out general interest news, sports, and lifestyle and entertainment programs. More years of brilliant broadcasting from the stable of Biscon Communication Global Media Network beckons. On Saturday, April 6, 2024, the wedding ceremony uniting Princess Fred Abomere and Abiola Olauton Akirimisi was solemnized at the Church of Christ, Marina, Lagos. Princess Fred Abomere, a practicing journalist in Turkey and the esteemed daughter of Chief Philip Kola Abomere, former distinguished chairman of the Island Club Lagos, was joined in matrimony with Abiola Olauton Akirimisi, University of Southampton trained business management expert with extensive experience in the banking sector. Abiola is the esteemed son of late Chief Alfred Oluyemisi Akirimisi and Yeye Oba Abimbola Omobolanle Akirimisi. The distinguished gathering included the parents of the couple, Chief Philip Kolawole Abomere, and pharmacist Gloria Abomere, the bride's parents, Chief Alfred Akirimisi and Yeye Oba Abimbola Omobolanle Akirimisi, the groom's parents, along with esteemed dignitaries and Reverend Mother Dr. Esther Ajayi, the General Overseer of the Love of Christ Generation CNS. The solemn service, officiated by a host of clergymen, commenced with the bridal march, followed by exhortation and declarations. The bride and groom exchanged vows and rings before the congregation, culminating in their declaration as husband and wife by the minister.
I, Princess, take you, Abiola Olauton Akirimisi, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer and poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until we are parted by death, according to God's holy law. This is my solemn vow.
I give this ring as the sign of my marriage and as a token of my love and fidelity to you. With my body I honor you, all that I have been given to you, and all that I have shared with you, in the love of God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
A poignant Bible reading from the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 1 to 13, was delivered by Mosun Adiriokun. Very Reverend Adebola Ojofetimi delivered a homily emphasizing the significance of life choices, especially in marital partnerships, highlighting their profound impact on the future of marriages.
Choosing Mr. or Miss Right for marriage determines the future of that marriage. A good choice greatly enhances the lives of marital partners, while a wrong choice at that stage of life will destroy partners from inside out. What am I trying to say? If you don't choose right, you have missed it forever. But you have chosen correctly, and that is why I'm happy and I'm rejoicing with you. In our world today, people no longer pay much attention to choosing the right marital partners. They just jump into it, maybe because of money. In this union, for peace to reign, be transparent. Transparency. No skeleton in your cupboard. The past, discuss it. If someone has whispered something to you in the past, reveal to your partner. My wife is seated there. The level of my involvement with them, she's in the know. No skeleton in my cupboard. If anybody is now coming to tell her, don't worry, your husband is doing that, I say, I know my husband. Transparency. Don't hide anything. I pray we shall not miss eternity with our bridegroom in the mighty name of Jesus. Congratulations. God bless you. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Following fervent prayers for the newlyweds, they signed the marriage register and received their certificates. The service concluded with the presentation of the couple, thanksgiving, and a recession.
What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. 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 Oh, Shemilan, Makolongore, Obago Shemilan, Makolongore.
A reception at Rosatory Event Center in Victoria Island followed, featuring entertainment and refreshments. The esteemed guests, including family and friends from various locations and distinguished members of the prestigious Island Club, were treated to musical entertainment by Blossom Band. The reception was graced by dignitaries such as Chief Dele Fajemirokun, billionaire businessman, entrepreneur, and philanthropist; Chief Razak Akoli Okoya, billionaire industrialist and founder of Eleganza Group of Companies, accompanied by his wife, Folashade Okoya; General Ike Umwachuku, two-time Minister of Foreign Affairs; Chief Olabode George, PDP chieftain and former military governor of Ondo State; Chief Mrs. Margaret Oshunekon, among others. The reception commenced with the processional entrance of the couple's parents amidst family and friends, leading to the grand entry of the newlyweds, ushered in by a colorful bridal train and groomsmen. Dr. Renike Oko delivered the opening prayer, followed by the cake cutting ceremony directed by Mrs. Funke Ogemoye. The event continued with lively entertainment from Blossom Band, prompting family and friends to join in an intense dance session.
Go
The couple shared their first dance in a romantic style before inviting everyone to the dance floor. Where jubilation and celebration continued until the event's conclusion.
Part of the events leading to the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Nigeria Merit Awards was the Media Heroes Tribute, held on Friday, the 25th of November 2022 at the waterfront of Civic Center, Victoria Island, Lagos. The event had in attendance veterans and renowned media practitioners from many generations back. Notable among them were Dr. Harun Adamu, Chairman Board of the NMMA, Prince Biscon Tv, the Chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, Dr. Peter Ego, Mr. Dele Adetiba, Dr. Samuel Yemi Akeju, among many others. While delivering the welcome address, Dr. Samuel Akeju gave a brief historical overview of the NMMA, reiterating the efforts and extensive research that brought about the establishment of the institution.
The NMMA has proven itself as a very formidable institution. We've been across various sections of Nigeria. We've been to the northwest, northeast, south, and all parts of the 6 geopolitical zones of this country to prove that Nigeria is a united country and that the media has a formidable role to play in the development of our society.
Prince Biscon Tv, renowned broadcaster and Chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, who anchored the event, thanked all those who had traveled from far and near to be part of the NMMA Awards 2022 and enjoined the young broadcasters to get inspired and motivated by their hard work and commitment to the journalism profession, spanning many decades.
Broadcasters and journalists, I have said it, I want to repeat it for the upton time, that I can't do any other thing but broadcasting. And I even say this each time, that even when I was at an event, our old ambassador of broadcasting all over, Mr. Kolade, Chris Kolade, was saying somewhere that when the Lord calls him, he would like to be buried as a broadcaster among broadcasters. And I think you can have a better thing than that. And that will really motivate all of us to do our best to see that we're shining stars. Our ambassadors are here. Those of them who started this business are still here with us on their feet.
Dr. Harun Adamu, Chairman Board of Trustees of the NMMA, expressed gratitude to God for seeing the body through 30 years of presenting awards of excellence to those who deserve them. He referred to the media as the oxygen and life support of the government and democracy, with emphasis on free press. He also appreciated some of the founding fathers of the press, particularly Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, and Babatunde Jose.
The media is the oxygen of our system of government, democracy. The media serves as the life support for a system and values and institutions that govern us. The free press, we could not have founded this organization without the free press. And the leader who showed us the way must be appreciated on Sunday.
Mr. Dele Adetiba, a veteran broadcaster, also emphasized the importance of the integrity of the assessors, which according to him, gave the NMMA its impeccable and outstanding benchmark status.
And if NMMA had been around for 30 years, starting with about 7 or 8 awards in 1992 in Lagos, had gone around almost 20 states of this country to host the event, and we now have about 50 awards this year, with many corporate organizations adding their names to the awards. NMMA must be doing something right. I'm very proud of what they have done so far, and I can only hope that in years to come, many of our fellows in the media will appreciate a lot more what it takes to be an award winner of NMMA. Thank you very much.
Professor Oluobafemi commended the body for a job well done over the years, emphasizing on the quality of the NMMA and the nobility of the journalism profession. He referred to the press as the soul of the society that should be well protected. Another renowned journalist and veteran producer, Dr. Peter Igo, MFR, made it clear that the role of the NMMA in recognizing excellence is very motivating and encouraging. He expressed delight at the organization of the event. Professor Mrs. Stella Okunna, member Board of Trustees of the NMMA, also expressed delight at the event and commended the team for a job well done. The profiles of late founding fathers of journalism in Nigeria were shown on the big screen before everyone stood up and observed a minute's silence in their honor. The vote of thanks was given by Alhaji Abubakar Jijiwa, former Director General of the Voice of Nigeria, who is also a member of the Board of Trustees of the NMMA. After that, classic tunes from the exclusive band rent the air till the end of the event. Still in line with activities for the 30th anniversary celebration of the Nigeria Media Merit Awards, NMMA, a Media Leaders Roundtable with the theme, The Media Leaders' Involvement in National Development and Reconstruction in Nigeria, was held on Saturday, the 26th of November 2022 at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Kofua Bayomi, Victoria Island, Lagos. The keynote speaker was Emeritus Professor Michael Abiola Omolewa, renowned diplomat and former president, UNESCO Assembly. The event was chaired and moderated by Professor Oluobafemi, member, NMMA Board of Trustees. A brief citation of the keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor Michael Omolewa, was read by Professor Oluobafemi. While delivering his keynote address, Emeritus Professor Michael Abiola Omolewa commended the NMMA for sustaining the vision of recognizing excellence for 30 years. He looked at the role of the media in the society from a historic perspective in a paper that he titled, The Role of the Media in National Integration and Cohesion, emphasizing the need to recognize and celebrate those who practice journalism the way it is designed.
I thought that I was going to look at a particular subject that will be fascinating and stimulating and encouraging, and then I decided to look at the media and see the role that they have played in the process of national reconstruction, integration, cohesion. I thought that that's a very topical subject that should be of interest to all of us. But then I then said, I want to look at it from the historical perspective, and I started quoting from what Mr. Fika, who used to be the Secretary to the Government of Federation, said. You know, he said, anything that does not have a historical dimension is an exercise in futility. That history is such that you are able to look at the back and the past and yesterday to be able to see why you are where you are today, with a view to understanding the direction that you may likely go in the future. And so I decided that I will use the historical approach, and so I titled my paper, The Story of Media in National Cohesion, Integration, and Cohesion.
He stated that in the old era, the media had great impact on the populace, adding that polarization of the media over the years has made it possible for the media to carry out its role of unifying the society.
I looked at the projection of the United Nations, you know, that decided that it will be rewarding only those courageous, only those who stick their neck out, those who tell stories when it is inconvenient, and then those who are hunted and harassed and so on. And that was the reason why the General Conference of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, decided in 1991 to recommend to the United Nations in New York the establishment of the World Freedom Press Day, you know, that usually is in May. And that therefore there is always some room to celebrate those who stick their neck out for the love of what media was originally designed to accomplish.
After the keynote speech, the panel of discussants shared their thoughts on the perspective. Dr. Nosai Gebo, while sharing his thoughts, made it clear that the media cannot work in isolation in its quest to effect change in the society, but needs the support of other key institutions. Professor Laya Shaw, a professor of journalism from the Lagos State University, laid emphasis on the production of stories as well as the implication of the stories, adding that the media gives the picture of a society based on the stories they tell. Others who shared their thoughts on the perspective were Mr. Danik Bese, who among other things referred to the media as a tool of national development depending on how it is used. Owe Akemfa, former Secretary General, West African Trade Union, stated that the problem of journalism started after the Civil War and expressed displeasure at the manner in which the profession has been abused. While making his remark, the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the NMMA, Dr. Harun Adamu, who also shared his thoughts from a historical perspective, reiterated the need for education as well as unity. He stressed the need for unity in the media and unity of the people. In conclusion, he thanked the keynote speaker for highlighting the fundamental issues of media practice in Nigeria.
I would like to thank our guest speaker, the Emeritus Professor, for taking us down memory lane. And he touched upon two issues that are critical to the existence of this country as a United Nations. And we hope that this kind of enlightenment will help us to understand why the Nigerian Media Merit Award is bent on bringing together and building the capacity so that we can see what the problem is and then what the solution can be. Well, thank you.
The moderator, Professor Olu Obafemi, summarized the thoughts of all the discussants and also shared his thoughts on the perspectives of the keynote speaker, enumerating the differences between nationalism and patriotism. He raised questions on the role of the media in national reconstruction as an agenda setter of the nation. The floor was afterwards declared open for an audience interactive session. Some of the audience also raised questions on key issues like gender inclusion in the media, active participation of younger generation, corruption, and support of key institutions for a better media, among others. The Media Leaders Roundtable came to an end after the vote of thanks given by Professor Stella Okunna. The 30th edition of the Nigerian Media Merit Award, NMMA, was held on Sunday, the 27th of November 2022 at the Eko Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos. His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari was represented by the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. Other high-profile guests at the event were Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, Dr. Harun Adamu, Chairman, NMMA Board of Trustees, Alhaji Garba Shehu, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Prince Biscon Tv, the Chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, High Chief Raymond Aleo Dokbesi, Chairman Emeritus Dar Communications PLC, and wife, Chief Mrs. Mujisola Dokbesi, Honorable Benga Motosho, Lagos State Commissioner for Information, Malam Shehu Ilela, Director General, National Broadcasting Commission, among many others. The event, which started with the national anthem, was anchored by Adedeji Ojulesi. In the award categories, the MKO Abiola Award of Excellence was won by Ajibade Olusesan of the New Telegraph. The Sonny Odogu Prize for Business Reporter of the Year was won by Dauda Suleiman of the Nation newspapers. The Guardian newspaper won 5 of the categories with 13 nominations. Benga Kifenwa won the Bukola Saraki Prize for Agriculture Reporter of the Year. Iyabo Lawal won the Ibrahim Shekarau Prize for Education Reporter of the Year, while Kingsley Jeremiah won both the Cornwell Prize for Energy Correspondent of the Year and Peter Odili Prize for Power Reporter of the Year. One of the stars of the night, Innocent Duru of the Nation newspaper, clinched 4 awards in different categories. Punch Nigeria Limited was named the Newspaper of the Year. The Punch, which won the award in 2021 and several previous editions, defeated The Guardian and the Daily Trust to clinch the coveted award. The Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, won the award for Best Radio Station of the Year. The General Manager, Bond FM Lagos, Princess Adenike Adegoke, who received the award on behalf of the Director, Lagos Operations, Mrs. Bolanle Oyemi, said the award was a very big win for the organization, which has continued to be the flagship of radio broadcasting in Nigeria. The award for Radio Presenter of the Year was won by Esafu Stephen of the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Different awards were presented to a long list of broadcast media professionals. Channels Television won the Nigeria Media Merit Award NMMA Television Station of the Year prize for a record 15th time. Channels TV Controller Programs, Mr. Ambrose Oko, received the prize on behalf of the station, alongside Mrs. Yomi Otaigbe.
I'd like, on behalf of the Chairman, Channels Media Group, Dr. John Momo, and his lovely wife, to say a big thank you to the organizers of this event. We didn't see this coming because we've won this award for 14 times. This is the 15th time we'll be winning this award. We appreciate the organizers. We appreciate Lagos, the city of excellence, because Channels TV is also associated with excellence. We'd like to say that we are giving this award to the staff, dedicating it to the staff of Channels TV, people who have worked so hard for this over the years. This award is for them. I thank you all, and I thank you indeed.
One of the special attractions of the 30th anniversary of the NMMA was the special award given to High Chief Dr. Raymond Aleo Dokbesi, OFR, founder and chairman emeritus of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT, Raypar and Faji FM, for his indefatigable efforts at keeping the broadcast profession afloat against all odds, even though he's a marine engineer and not a broadcaster. He was commended for his groundbreaking innovative efforts in pioneering 24-hour broadcast on radio and television in Nigeria, blazing the trail of private broadcasting on both radio and television in the past 25 years and counting.
I stand before you to express my most profound gratitude on behalf of my family and indeed the Dark Communications PLC group, owner operators of Africa Independent Television and Radio Power. 5G FM, I'm reminded, I retired a few years ago, almost 13 years now, from active live in broadcasting. But I do hope that the establishments we have put up will live after us. We'll come back. We have gone through very, very challenging period, especially in the last 8 years. I'm happy my brother, the Honorable Minister, is here representing Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who was the chief guest of honor, commended managers of the award for sustaining the initiative for 30 years and counting.
And so the Nigerian media has occupied a pride of place at every critical junction in the evolution of our great country. Indeed, many of our founding fathers were themselves newspaper men and columnists. They were publishers. They were wielding the power of the pen to chip away the roots of colonialism, exploitation, and to advance their vision of a free and independent nation. And so since independence, their nation has enjoyed an unbroken tradition of a vibrant and free press, I dare say. Through successive phases of our social, political journey and transitions, Nigerians have always been able to count on the fourth estate of rain to stand up for what is right at all times, regardless of the situation. I think you deserve a round of applause for that. And so the story of our hard-won democracy will not be complete without acknowledging the very prominent role of the media, all of you in this room, especially in the fight for democracy following the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election.
He promised to continue to support the media, including providing a conducive environment for them to operate. He tasked the media on professionalism, pleading that standards should not be lowered for anything.
Let me use this opportunity to lend my voice to the appeal of well-meaning compatriots to the media on the need to exercise a high level of professionalism and commitment to the ethics of this great profession, especially as the 2023 general elections draw near, which you are all participants in one form or the other. Even as the media holds a powerful institution to account, you must also reserve some of this scrutiny for yourselves and ensure that there is no room for bad eggs and those who seek to bring this noble reputation into disrepute. This time we are in call for great circumspection and great fidelity to the timeless principles of journalism. Accuracy is critical, fairness at all times, balanced reportage, integrity, I imagine, is critical at all times. Your standards must never be lowered for anything, and definitely not in this age in which social media and internet has enabled the easy amplification of fake news and malicious report, hate speeches that are intended to give undue political advantage or to divide our society or even derail this our democracy.
Also, the chairman, NMMA Board of Trustees, Dr. Harun Adamu, while delivering his remarks, commended the media for its resilience, regardless of the tough challenges they go through. He gave briefings on previous NMMA awards while commending the assessors for a job well done in the last 3 decades.
It is pertinent to recall with great appreciation the commitment and efforts of the founding trustees and the administrator that made it possible through thick and thin to steer this ship in sometimes turbulent waters for the past 30 years. Another important organ of the Nigeria Media Merit Award is the eminent panel of assessors, whose responsibility it has been to independently assess all the entries and declare winners of the various categories. Special thanks to our many sponsors who, in spite of how difficult the times are, have stood by us, and by so doing, demonstrated a great understanding of the critical role and service that is played by this institution, not just to its members, but to our country at large. Indeed, we are grateful and appreciative.
May I warmly congratulate the organizers of the Nigeria Media Merit Award on this occasion of the 38th Nigeria Media Merit Awards, Grand Media Excellence. There is no doubt that this annual award has helped to foster media excellence, while also becoming the best in its class in our media industry. The NMMA has earned its epaulet as the foremost and most prestigious media excellence scheme in Africa. I can only implore the brilliant minds behind this scheme not to rest on their oars.
The event was brought to an end afterwards. From Biscon Communications, it's congratulations to all the winners at the 30th edition of the Nigeria Media Merit Awards.
Conceptualized by the ace multilingual broadcaster of immense talent and creative genius, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communication Global Media Network 25 years ago, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the strongest 5 years of captivating non-stop entertainment. BOS celebrates remarkable moments and lifelong memories of setting the pace and pioneering a very compelling and engaging style of celebrity entertainment broadcasting. 25 years on and still counting, BOS has embarked on a new era of 24-hour TV broadcasting with Biscon Television. Biscon TV, which is on terrestrial and satellite broadcast platforms, churns out news, sports, politics, business, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs 24 hours daily. Biscon TV, which has a very strong presence on YouTube, is the fastest growing platform on YouTube and other social media platforms. It's a magnificent transformation from BOS, a weekly program, to Biscon TV, a 24-hour TV station which churns out general interest news, sports, and lifestyle and entertainment programs. More years of brilliant broadcasting from the stable of Biscon Communication Global Media Network beckons.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government declares Thursday additional Eid al-Fitr holiday. Federal government to engage 10,000 youths and retirees for tree planting program, says minister. On the business scene, federal government may get $1 billion Afrexim Bank loan in May. And on the foreign scene, continent watch in wonder as total solar eclipse touches the earth. Sports, UEFA considering increasing squad sizes for 2024 tournament in Germany. And now the news in full. The federal government has declared Thursday, April 11, 2024 as additional public holiday to commemorate Eid al-Fitr. This was made known in a statement signed by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Interior, Dr. Aishetu Ndayako. The Minister of the Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, while congratulating the Muslim faithful for a successful completion of a month of spiritual rejuvenation, reiterates President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's firm commitment to providing a safe and prosperous Nigeria for all to thrive. The federal government had earlier declared Tuesday and Wednesday, April 9th and 10th, as public holidays to mark the Eid al-Fitr celebration. Meanwhile, the Sultan of Sokoto and the President General Nigeria Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Muhammad Sa'ad Abubakar, have also declared Wednesday, April 10th, as the day for Eid al-Fitr. The declaration, he says, followed the report of the National Moon Sighting Committees across the country, which confirmed that the moon has not been sighted. A statement signed by the Chairman Advisory Committee on Religious Affairs to the Sultanate Council, Professor Sambo Junaidu, said the council accepted the report and accordingly declared Wednesday, April 10th, 2024 as the beginning of the new Islamic month. The federal government has announced plans to engage no fewer than 10,000 youths and retirees in the planting of 6 million trees across the country to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. This was made known by the Minister of State for Environment and Ecological Management, Dr. Isiaq Salako, in an interview with newsmen. He explained that the program is meant to create jobs for the unemployed and provide economic benefits to retired persons, while also addressing the pressing issue of environmental degradation. Salako said that the tree planting program would be carried out in phases, with a focus on areas that have been affected by deforestation and desertification. The minister also noted that the government plans to plant not less than 6 million trees to help absorb greenhouse gases, improve air quality, and mitigate land degradation, flooding, and erosion in the country. Kogi State Governor Usman Ododo has signed contracts with 2 construction firms to the tune of 29.9 billion naira for the commencement of civil works at Etahi, Omigbo, and Ankpa erosion sites across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. A breakdown of the contract shows that the sum for Etahi Gully site in Okene local government area stands at 10.6 billion naira, while that of Omigbo in Kaba Bunu local government area is 9.8 billion, and the contract sum for Olugbo Ojo Gully site in Ankpa local government area stands at 9.3 billion naira. This was contained in a statement by the State Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, while signing the contract for the commencement of civil works. The government charged the contractors to execute the jobs with the sense of responsibility and the seriousness they deserve. Ododo, who was represented by the State Commissioner for Environment and Ecological Management, Joseph Stephen, called for all hands to be on deck to ensure that the projects are executed to specification for the benefit of the communities. Let's take a break. We'll come back with business news. Do stay with us. Welcome back, and if you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. Nigeria is set to receive a $1.05 billion syndicated loan backed by oil from the African Import-Export Bank next month. The loan is part of a larger 3.3 billion prepayment facility arranged by Afrexim Bank. with repayment terms tied to crude cargoes from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. According to report, Afreximbank's Senior Executive Vice President for Finance, Administration and Banking, Dennis Denia, confirmed the verification of crude availability, paving the way for the final release of the balance within the next month. The loan aims at reviving Nigeria's economy and enhancing the supply of hard currency in the local foreign exchange market, with a substantial portion of it, 2/3, was already disbursed in January. This financial maneuver is designed to provide Nigeria with immediate funds based on future oil production, offering a lifeline to the country's struggling economy. We'll take another break and come back with foreign news. Stay with us. On the foreign scene, across Mexico, the US and Canada, inside a ribbon of land stretching 155 miles wide, but more than 4,000 miles long, tens of millions of people craned their necks, tilted their heads to the sky, and watched in wonder as the day turned to night. Its shadow first touched the surface of the earth in the Pacific Ocean before traveling across Mexico, turning daylight into darkness as crowds watched on. The eclipse rolled over the border into the US and brought darkness to large areas of Texas, including the cities of Austin and Dallas. Total solar eclipses happen about every 18 months, but they're often in unpopulated or remote areas, whereas this one passed over several big cities across 3 countries. Many of those watching were treated to a breathtaking display of the sun's outer atmosphere, or corona, which is usually obscured by its own intense glare. Stargazers in Canada were the last ones to catch a glimpse of the incredible event before the eclipse crossed into the Atlantic Ocean and out of view. Sports. UEFA is considering increasing squad sizes for this summer's European Championship in Germany to 26 players following talks with coaches. Discussions with international bosses whose teams had qualified for Euro 2024 were held in Dusseldorf. The subject was discussed as part of a wider 2-day workshop for finalists and now goes to UEFA's National Team Competitions Committee, then its Executive Committee. Squads are currently limited to 23 players, a return to the regulations used prior to Euro 2020. For that tournament, 3 further players were allowed to mitigate against the impact of potential COVID outbreaks in the squad. England and Scotland have 2 friendlies at the start of June before the deadline to submit their final Euro squad to UEFA on 7th of June. Euro 2024 begins on 14th June with Scotland taking on hosts Germany in the opening game in Munich, while England gets underway against Serbia in Gelsenkirchen on 16th June. Let's take a break. We'll come back with entertainment news. On the entertainment scene, Jonathan Majors has been sentenced to probation after he was found guilty of assaulting his ex-girlfriend, British choreographer Grace Jabari. The US actor, dropped by Marvel after his conviction, must now complete a 52-week domestic violence intervention program. He avoided up to a year in jail after being convicted of 3rd-degree assault and 2nd-degree harassment last year. Majors must also continue with mental health therapy, the judge ruled. Justice Michael Gaffey of the State Supreme Court in Manhattan sentenced Majors to conditional discharge after noting that both sides in the case agreed the charges did not warrant jail time. Instead, The judge ruled majors must complete the in-person bachelor's intervention program in Los Angeles, where the actor lives. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Do stay with us.
Conceptualized by the ace multilingual broadcaster of immense talent and creative genius, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman CEO of Biscon Communication Global Media Network 25 years ago, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the strongest, most admired and preferred global brand in the art of high society celebrity entertainment broadcasting. For the past quarter of a century, the ubiquitous The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, has become the face of Nigeria on global television, projecting the image of the country with our peculiar lifestyles, fashionable dress sense, and the different ways Nigerians celebrate from the north, east, west, and south, showcasing proudly Nigerian inimitable styles of celebration. From very humble beginnings to global recognition, the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, marks 25 years of captivating, non-stop entertainment. BOS celebrates remarkable entertaining brilliance, unforgettable moments, and lifelong memories. For 25 years, the ubiquitous Bisi Olatilo Show has charmed and captivated hearts of our global audiences beyond borders with enchanting and unmatched entertainment. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates 25 years of incredible creative power as the most admired brand in the art of high society entertainment broadcasting. The Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, is usually the first program to break the news about any big-ticket event across and beyond the shores of Nigeria. As the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS, celebrates its 25th anniversary of setting the pace and pioneering a very compelling and engaging style of celebrity entertainment broadcasting, 25 years on and still counting, BOS has embarked on a new era of 24-hour TV broadcasting with Biscon Television. Biscon TV, which is on terrestrial and satellite broadcast platforms, churns out news, sports, politics, business, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs 24 hours daily. Biscon TV, which has a very strong presence on YouTube, is the fastest growing platform on YouTube and other social media platforms. It's the magnificent BOS, a weekly program, to Biscon TV, a 24-hour TV station, which churns out general interest news, sports, and lifestyle and entertainment programs. More years of brilliant broadcasting from the stable of Biscon Communication Global Media Network beckons.
Sir Chief Tom Ikimi, one-time Foreign Affairs Minister of Nigeria, former national chairman of the National Republican Convention Party, NRC, and presently a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress Party, APC, turned 70 years on the 10th of April 2014. And as the general public, especially those close to him, have been sufficiently informed through newspaper advertorials and television advertisements, since Chief Tom Ikimi's birthday coincided with the Lenten period of Christians, being a devout Christian and indeed a knight, he decided to step the celebration of the great milestone down, moving it forward to Saturday, 25th of April 2014. Sir Chief Tom Ikimi, an illustrious son of Igwebe in Edo State of Nigeria, where he used his privileged position in the highest decision-making body of the land as a minister to attract a lot of development to the land on the occasion of his 70th birthday anniversary by His Holiness Pope Francis. Sir Chief Tom Ikimi was supported by a large number of his family members of both nuclear and extended extraction, as well as a rich constellation of dignitaries from the highest echelon of the different sectors of life. The roll call included former President Jerry Rawlings of Ghana, Governor Adams Aliyu Shomele of Edo State, The Minister of Works, Architect Mike Onolememe, whom we gathered, represented President Goodluck Jonathan, who, with Vice President Mohamed Namadi Sambo, had earlier sent messages of congratulations to felicitate with Chief Tommy Kimi on his landmark attainment of the age of 70 years. Also in attendance were representatives of the Oba of Benin and other traditional rulers from Esa land, mostly from Igwebe area of Edo State. In this part of the world, Sir Chief Tommy Kimi is held in very high esteem on account of his years of selfless and committed service to his people, which has helped to improve their lives. Leading the officiating priests at the concelebrated mass held for Sir Tom Ikimi's 70th birthday anniversary was His Grace Most Reverend Augustine Akubueze, Archbishop of Benin Diocese. He was assisted by the Very Reverend John Akudo, Administrator Uromi Diocese, and Reverend Father David Ewa, Parish Priest, St. Joseph Catholic Church, Igwebe. The service was characterized in the main by congregational hymn singing and reading of lessons from the Holy Bible, as well as prayers. Indeed, the order of the Mass was followed in strict sequential order of a typical Catholic Church service. The introductory rites, liturgy of the Word, liturgy of the Eucharists, and communion rites were observed. The first lesson of the Mass was taken by the celebrant, Sir Tom Ikimi, while his younger sister, Marie Fatah Williams, also took a portion from the Bible during the Mass.
While Peter and John were talking to the people, the priests came out to him, accompanied by the captain of the temple and the Sadducees. They were extremely annoyed at their teaching the people the doctrine of the resurrection.
Special prayers were said for the celebrant's family, the leaders of our country, the underprivileged, and those in distress, and for Nigerians in general. The celebrant, Sir Tommy Kimi, and his family members took the Holy Communion during the Mass. The officiating minister, in his sermon, he congratulated the celebrant and saluted his service to humanity, which, according to him, is part of the dividends he's reaping today, as people from all corners of the globe converge to celebrate with him. He wished him more speed in the days ahead.
Sir, we all wish you a very happy birthday, God's blessings, God's seed, God's blessings for you and your family. Yes, sir, may God who you thank today bless you richly today and all the days of life through Christ our Lord.
A bundle of energy, intellect, and internationally respected architect, Sir Chief Tommy Kimi has prepared a solid foundation for all his children, with a huge investment in their education in some of the best institutions in the world today. And this is why they're all success stories in their different endeavors. For that and many other reasons, a Thanksgiving service was very much in order. The Thanksgiving session witnessed rounds of singing and dancing as people from far and near rejoiced with the celebrant. In his vote of thanks, which signaled the end of the Mass to celebrate Chief Tom Ikimi's 70th birthday anniversary, which took place at the St. Joseph's Catholic Church, Igweba, Edo State, he thanked everyone for deeming it fit to honor him with their esteemed presence. Chief Tom Ikimi thanked God for giving him the rare opportunity to serve his people and Nigeria to the best of his ability, promising that henceforth will continue to contribute his best in whatever area he is called upon to do so that Nigeria will reach the peak of her potentials.
Yeah.